We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας. The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο, κάθε Κυριακή, η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής, χωρίς ανατίμηση, 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. Fintech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με τη μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
...1.700 δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Πούλιτζερ δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας. The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο, κάθε Κυριακή, η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής, χωρίς ανατίμηση, 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο, κάθε Κυριακή, η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Κάθε Κυριακή, η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
To welcome to the 17th annual Cyprus Summit, working towards a secure environment for sustainable recovery. I'm John Peet, the Brexit and political editor of The Economist, and it's a great pleasure once again to be chairing this conference. May I just say it's nice to do it in person rather than by Zoom, as we did last year. And I suppose the main event since we last met here 2 years ago, the main big event that has hit everybody has indeed been the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw the deepest recession for something like 250 years in Western Europe, indeed in the world, followed by the sharpest recovery. And now we're sort of back, not quite to normal. I think parts of Europe are still having problems, and of course parts of the rest of the world have serious problems still with COVID-19. And although the recovery has been very rapid, economically, the outlook according to most of the recent forecasts, is not terribly strong for Europe and even for the United States and even for China. So the prospects, perhaps not as hopeful as some people might have hoped, even though we have recovered from the pandemic quite quickly. But that's enough from me on where we are. It's my great pleasure to chair this opening session, which will discuss UK-EU-US relations post-Brexit, the current challenges, foreign policy, security and trade agreements, the way forward. That would be enough to fill something like 2 hours of discussion, I should think. But we're not going to have 2 hours of discussion. Instead, Jonathan Hill, Lord Hill, who was the European Commissioner for the UK until the 2016 referendum. I think you resigned almost immediately after it, if I remember rightly. So not the last British Commissioner who took over from you, Sir Julian King, but the last before the great referendum of 2016. And of course, as he may mention, the UK is still struggling with the post-Brexit world and its position in it. Jonathan, you have something like 7, 8, 9 minutes to talk, and then we'll have perhaps a little bit of a dialogue until 10:30. So I give you the floor.
John, thank you very much. Is this working? Yes, it is now. It's extremely nice to be here. I was reflecting with John over breakfast the huge change in his and my working life. He's a little older than I am, but we started out shaped by the big influences of the 1980s, the development of globalization, multilateralism, the spread of free market liberal economics. And that, in some ways, was summed up most of all by Mrs. Thatcher, the British Prime Minister, leading the work to develop the single market in Europe in the 1980s. If we look at the world today, let me start with the big picture before I talk about Europe and the UK. We can see the re-emergence of great power rivalry, the polarization, the pressure on countries to choose sides. As John said, we've had COVID, which I see as being a great socializing, collectivizing political event that will lead to a permanently higher state and higher taxes and higher spending. And we've had the development of the green agenda, which clearly is going to take us in the direction of more resilience, more localism, away from globalization. So that's the top line. Beneath that, from an EU point of view, what does that mean? And I think the combination of the great power rivalry and of Brexit means that Europe, the logic of that is it must define itself more clearly and be more assertive about its European identity. And that takes you in the direction of thinking there needs to be more integration in the EU. But obviously the big political question is, does it have the capacity for that integration? Europe is the third great power bloc, but it is underweight on defense, on technology, on capital markets, its ability to finance itself. I don't see that changing anytime soon, but we can discuss that. I think that means its big play over the coming period will be in the area of green, the green economy, where it will seek to use its regulatory reach to impose a set of standards on the world for the development of a green economy, and thereby to try to seek economic advantage. I think that will be less clear-cut than it imagines, and that green will also be an area for global rivalry. In terms of then the UK, most of my European friends think that in some way the UK has become ideological. I don't think that's the right way to think of it at all. I think this is the least ideological government of any I can remember. And I think actually there are a couple of paradoxes about Britain and Brexit. The first is that people, I think, thought Brexit would be a right-wing project. And actually it's turned out to be, or it is turning out to be, more of a left-wing project. And the measures that this government is taking in the last few years, I think any previous Labour government would be very comfortable with. So it has not turned out to be a right-wing project so far. The second thing, I think most people thought Brexit would make Britain more British. In economic terms, I think it's made us more European. So, many of the things that Britain traditionally argued against in Europe, the British government is now introducing. We've just had an enormous increase in our minimum wage, up 6.6%, which Conservatives always used to oppose. We've got a more interventionist policy on industry. We are supporting national champions. We have renationalised some parts of our infrastructure. There is much more talk of subsidy and subvention to support British businesses and other businesses setting up in the regions of the country. So this is not a Thatcherite Britain. This is not a free market, liberal economic, low tax, low regulation Britain. In terms of what that means for business, I think there are mixed messages. On the one hand, business has been blamed for labour shortages. We've got big pressure on wages. We've had big rises on business tax, on corporation tax. On the other, the government is very keen to attract certain kinds of business to the UK, making a big push in the Middle East for investment. It's very keen to encourage tech, green tech, health tech, fintech, anything with the word tech in, the government is incredibly supportive of and will put money into supporting, particularly if it's in the region. So there are opportunities for business in Britain at the moment, but the overall business and regulatory environment is more unpredictable. In terms of UK-EU, where do we stand? For the last 5 years, I think there's been enormous optimism bias in looking at this relationship, and most people think that economic rationalism will trump politics. The opposite has been true for 6 years, and it will continue to be true. I think the relationship between the UK and the EU is bad, and I think it's going to get worse. And I think one of the battlegrounds, which we might pick up, is going to be on financial services. The logic for Britain of leaving the EU is that we be more competitive on financial services, and that in itself will drive a reaction from the EU. And I think my old EU friends always thought the city would be where we would fight it out after Brexit, and I still think that contest is still to come. So, in a nutshell, the UK, I think, is going to diverge from the EU. I think, notwithstanding the point that in some ways it's becoming more European, the political logic is going to force us to diverge. We'll go more global. Regulation will be the front line of competition. Relations with the EU are not going to improve in the short or, I think, the medium term. I think the UK will go closer to the US than the EU. The state is going to stay big, taxes are going to stay high, and that resilience and localism will trump globalization. So let me stop there.
That's very good. Thank you very much. Well, we have about 15 minutes or so for comments, questions. Let me kick off since I'm sitting here in the chair. The last 2 weeks have been a difficult 2 weeks for the Prime Minister of the UK. This sort of term sleaze has been thrown around following various events to do with very complicated things that nobody follows very closely, parliamentary standards and so on, and claims about outside earnings of MPs. His popularity seems to be on the decline. Do you think this could be quite a turning point for Boris Johnson?
I think it's too early to say is the rather boring answer. But the reason for saying that is that in order for a shift in sentiment to translate into political change, there has to be somewhere for votes to go to. And the most striking thing to me in the UK at the moment, as has happened to many centre-left parties throughout Europe, is the disappearance of our Labour Party, our main opposition party. It's got a long-term structural problem in that in Scotland, where it always could rely on a huge number of votes, it now gets no votes. It gets no seats in Parliament. And that isn't going to change soon. And then in its traditional areas of the north of the country, they all voted Conservative at the last election. That those people who shifted Conservative at the last election because they felt ignored and patronised in cultural terms by people like you and me down in London, I see no sign at all that they're going back to Labour. So I would posit,
according to our autumn economic forecast. Of course, we are aware that uncertainty remains substantial. The recovery continues to be heavily dependent on the evolution of the pandemic, both within and outside the Union. Surging energy prices, and I will let Mr. Sarkozy talk about that, most notably for natural gas and electricity, are also expected to dampen growth momentum in the short term. We're watching everything very closely in the EU, and we remain ready to act to ensure not only to alleviate short-term difficulties for our citizens, but also that we use this challenge to make the European Union more resilient, more competitive, and more independent. And I will leave you with that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping to time. You may have given Mr. Scaroni an extra half minute. So, Paolo Scaroni, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here today in Cyprus to discuss what the aftermath of the pandemic might look like here in Cyprus. The first point I would like to make is that Cyprus emerged to the COVID crisis so far better than everyone thought, due in particular to the fact that tourism has not been hit as it could have been during the crisis of COVID. But looking at the country's longer-term prospects, a crucial element will be whether its sizable energy resources will be discovered and developed. The discovery of Aphrodite, hot on the heels of Tamar and Leviathan in Israel and ahead of Zohr in Egypt, sparked great excitement a decade ago. But today, this gas remained underground. For this valuable resource to be exploited and to resume exploration in this very prolific area, two elements must fall in place. First, political challenges must be overcome, and in particular Turkey's muscular opposition to the development. And secondly, Cypriot gas needs to find lucrative long-term market in the context of the global energy transition. Looking at the geopolitical challenge, first, I think the East Mediterranean Gas Forum will help support cooperation among states in the region. But there is, of course, one key actor that is missing from the negotiating table, and that is Turkey. Turkey has been a key impediment to the development of Cypriot gas resources, going as far as to block any chartered drill ship off the coast of Cyprus in 2018. The EU has intervened in Cyprus' defense, but not terribly effectively, sending mild rebukes in response to warships. The EU need to do better if these resources are to be exploited, working towards a solution for the Cypriot developments that everyone can live with. This is tough, but not insurmountable. Turkey has shown it is capable of being pragmatic, for instance, in the deal that is struck with the European Union in 2016 to limit the number of asylum seekers in exchange for financial aid. Turning now to the second challenge which needs to be overcome, whether there will be a market for Cypriot gas, I am very optimistic for 3 reasons. The first is the rumors of the death of gas has been greatly exaggerated. It is the cleanest fossil fuel, emitting less than half the CO2 of coal. It emits no pollutants, the particulate that clogs airways from Delhi to Beijing. And it is the ideal partner to renewable energy, providing the flexibility to cope with intermittency and seasonality of demand. That is why it will be the last fossil fuel to be phased out. The second reason why I'm optimistic is that Cypriot gas is very well placed to access these markets because Aphrodite is a short pipeline away from spare liquefaction capacity in Egypt at Idku and Damietta. By exporting its gas as LNG, Cyprus has the flexibility to tap into the best markets globally. The third piece of good news is that the importance of natural gas, and especially domestic natural gas, is becoming increasingly clear to the European Union in the context of the supply crunch it experienced this autumn. After years of abundance, over the last couple of months, we experienced tight markets and price spikes. 2 structural phenomena contributed to this. First, the EU domestic production, which is mainly in Holland, keeps falling. In the last 10 years, it has declined from 160 billion cubic meters to less than 50. And while EU domestic production falls, domestic consumption actually rose between 2011 and 2019, meaning that import dependency has been dramatically increasing. The European Union has long been reliant on a small number of gas exporting countries, Norway, Algeria, Libya, but especially Russia, which accounts for more than 50% of all imports and more than 30% of the EU consumption. The EU has been seeking to reduce this dependency by importing cargoes of liquefied natural gas. However, what happened this autumn is that cargoes were hoovered up by China, which has started switching from coal to gas. The combination of collapsing domestic production and increasing competition from China for LNG cargoes and meant the European Union has found itself very reliant on Russian gas. And while Gazprom has supplied all contracted volumes, it has not made much extra gas available, leading to concerns that it was piling political pressure on Europe. Regardless of what Gazprom's intention was, the EU has indeed come under a lot of pressure. Gas prices have risen from 20 euros per megawatt hour to over 160 euros, and electricity made from gas has spiked to over 300 euros per megawatt hour. This has added over 80 billion euros in the energy bill of the European consumers. And all this is happening while we are still in autumn. Should the winter be cold, the situation will get worse before it gets better. This debacle has spurred some useful thinking from our European leaders, even in Glasgow, about how crucial natural gas still is to the continent. As we are finding out yet again, energy independence is political independence. In this context, having sizable gas resources within its borders is incredibly important for the EU. And the only sizable reporters left are here in Cyprus. As European leaders focus on how to reduce reliance on Russia, it might well identify this region as a new Holland, which is a reason to look at Cypriot gas resources with attention and optimism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The idea of Cyprus as the new Netherlands is a very interesting one. Well, we've got about 15, 20 minutes for comments and questions. Once again, please just catch my eye. But let me start with asking Myrto Zambata. you were, I think, portraying the EU's role on COVID as really quite a success, particularly on vaccines. I don't know whether you ever read the British press. I'm not sure I would necessarily recommend all of the British press. But if you ever have read any of the British press, I think you would know that the portrait in Britain has fairly consistently been that Britain has been a triumph over vaccines and the EU has been a disaster. And indeed, there was a period earlier in this year when the British press was saying this actually demonstrates why Brexit was a good idea. How do you feel about that picture now?
I do read the British press. I spent 10 years in the UK, so I'm some habits die hard. I think no one will dispute that given the fact that, as I said, the Commission had to scramble to get vaccine procurement together, etc., we had some teething problems at the beginning. But on the other hand, looking back, no one can dispute that it has been an enormous success. We've managed to provide vaccines, adequate supplies of vaccines to the entire EU. Vaccination rates are very high on average. I mean, we still have member states that are lagging behind, but that's not because they don't have the vaccines. Those are other reasons. So I think that, yes, there were some... The beginning was a bit rockier than it could have been, but now I think we would call it still very much a success. And we have managed to vaccinate our people. We have managed to ensure a supply while also exporting the same number of vaccines that we have used within the Union to third countries, and no one else can say that.
Fair enough. No, I do point out to some of my colleagues in the British press that many EU countries, including France, are now ahead of the UK in vaccination. So the picture has changed somewhat. And Paolo Scaroni, on the energy front, I just wondered if you might say a little bit more about relations between the EU and Russia. I mean, they are very difficult. We know that Putin is very difficult, and he's now apparently massing troops again on the border with Ukraine. But Russia is, and always and will be for a long time, a key energy supplier to the EU. Do you think that we could handle that relationship better?
Well, in my view, the EU is kind of skating on ice with Russia. Russia is the major supplier of gas, and somebody would tell you it's true. We need the Russian gas, but Russia needs our money. But we need their gas every day during winter, while they need our money maybe later. So, in fact, their power of pressure is much higher of our power of pressure. And as I think I said, energy independence is political independence. A country, a region cannot be politically independent if it's depending from a pipeline which can be switched off on one day. No, I think we read a few days ago, yesterday, that Belarus is threatening to switch because it is just a transit country. Imagine a producing country, what they can do. So from this point of view, Europe has given up, at least the European Union, on its political independence a long time ago, growing the gas imports from Russia. And as a consequence, we have a position which is always a kind of ambiguous. And I think it will remain ambiguous for a long time, because the reason that I don't see any time soon the imports of gas from Russia to be reduced. That's the reason why Cyprus can be very important, because you know here there is a lot of gas in this part of the world. What is called the East Mediterranean is one of the biggest discoveries of the last 20 years in terms of gas. Egypt, Israel, and of course Cyprus can be another source of gas for our continent.
Yeah. I'm just sticking with Russia for 1 minute. Do you think the Nord Stream 2 is a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. Frankly, I think it's a good idea because in the moment in which you depend from a source, you don't want even to depend from a transit country. So if the gas coming from the Ukraine, you have two problems, Russia and the Ukraine. While the gas crossing the Baltic Sea, you have simply the Russian problem. So I prefer to have one problem rather than two, generally.
Very good. All right, any more? Yes, question over there.
Thank you. All right, my name is Yannis Tirkidis from Bank of Cyprus. My point is on the energy situation. Perhaps I think in Europe we're a bit unfair to Russia because the current situation in high energy prices is not their doing. It's to do with the fact that looking into the market, into the winter, there is no solution in terms of having guaranteed supplies to come. So the high price we have today is an anticipation of a winter shortage and not a current shortage. There are enough stockpiles in Europe to meet all demand by all countries in the Union without problem. But the anticipation of the future shortage, given a couple of things like, for instance, the Europeans buying in the spot market, the Russians going to export on long-term contracts. So the argument there is that Russia is prepared to become a dependent supplier of gas to Europe, but on the basis of long-term contracts. And Europe doesn't want that. So the issue is manage that relationship in the understanding that perhaps independence on energy is not so easy or possible, and the extent to which EastMed can provide solutions to Europe anytime soon is, again, not something very short-term prospect. So the energy issue in Europe is quite messed up, I think.
Quite messed up.
No, I'm not sure I've understood your question.
Was your question about why don't we have more secure long-term contracts with?
No, I'm arguing again. You see, this idea that it's nice to have to be energy independent, and that means we move away from Russia, and that this is a solution to us, right? It's a bit extreme, and the current issue in Europe, the high prices, as I see it, is more to do with anticipating a shortage because of unclear supplies from Russia based on the current situation, that it's a spot market for Europe, it's a long-term market for Gazprom. Russia wants to have long-term contracts for itself, and I don't see the reason why it should be a threat to Europe if it can be worked out. For instance, Russia depends on export of oil and gas. It's this threat of them shutting down their supplies is not I think, credible.
Please, if you want to add something. I mean, I think
you were
making the point that there are mutual dependence between Russia and the EU.
No, let's say, I'm not sure I've understood exactly the question, but let's say we are facing this market situation. Today, prices have been extremely high for specific reason of this season. But every time in which China or India, in order to reduce coal consumption, shifting to gas, this creates a spike in the prices of gas in the world, which is unbelievable. Just to give you something which I've been reading, quite impressive, in China, most of the houses are heated with coal. You remember, it was the same thing in Europe 60 or 70 years ago. Coal, now, if in China 5% of the houses, which is what's happening today, shift from coal into gas price in the world explode, because the consumption becomes immediately extremely high. Now, and this is the specific context in view of the energy transition, okay? Then there is another issue, which has been there for a long time, that Europe depends a lot from Russia for the supply of gas. The European Union in particular, Norway of course not, the UK starts to depend as well because the reserves has been depleting. So let's say, but this is nothing new, simply explains why the position of the European Union and of some European countries, starting from Germany, has always been towards Russia less, how can I say, less hard and strong of what other Western countries has been. So, but that's nothing new. It's always been like that. I don't know if I answer your question, but please, Marta.
There are two different things. One is, why do we have high energy prices now, as Mrs. Scaroni said? Also is the hike up in demand following the pandemic. If you remember, 18 months ago, you had negative oil prices. And then is, what do we want to do long term in terms of our ability to be energy independent? And also to use greener energy. I mean, gas obviously is a transition for some member states who are still coal dependent, and for China. And another reason for the jump in gas demand from China is also it has stopped importing coal from Australia. So that is something that we need to look at. Do we want to be energy dependent on a potentially volatile partner for the foreseeable future? And if not, then what can we do about it? One is potentially the East Med resources. The other, of course, is increasing our use of renewable energy, where we can be, where it is cheaper, less volatile, and that can be produced in-house, if you will.
Well, and actually, just to throw in one more thought there, perhaps for Mr. Scaroni, a third could be to develop nuclear power, which people are talking about. But you might argue for the last 20 years, Europe has failed to develop nuclear power when perhaps it should have done more.
No, now, I don't know if you want to enter into this debate around nuclear. Let me just tell you this. I spend a lot of time looking at energy transition, what can be. In my view, but this is really my view, in the menu of technologies we have today, without nuclear, we are going nowhere for what is called the net zero by 2050. Now, with the menu we have today, if something happens tomorrow, fantastic, I will like it. But today, we'll never get there without nuclear, without more nuclear. Oh, by the way, nuclear is growing. While we speak, there are 54 nuclear power stations under building in the world, including 2 in Japan, for example, which had Fukushima, of course, one in the UK, a little expensive, but is there, one in Finland, 2 in the United States. So nuclear is far from dead, and environmentalists start to think that nuclear is the only solution to fight CO2 emissions. Not all of them, but some of them.
Okay, we've got time for perhaps one or two more questions if anybody wants to join in. I have one more thought we might finish on if not. Well, if not, perhaps I could ask both of you to say a little more about the EU's relations with Turkey. I mean, Turkey is obviously, as Paolo Scaroni said, critical for the development of gas resources, also incidentally critical for what we like to call the Cyprus problem. But the EU's relationship with Turkey is not very good, Myrta. I mean, Turkey is a candidate country to join, but nothing seems to be happening, if I could caricature the situation.
It's definitely complicated, I would say. I'm showing my age by referring to Facebook, but it's obviously it's our neighbour, whether we like it or not. It is a neighbouring country. It is a country that has applied to accede to the EU.
In 1963, I believe.
In 1963. It is a vital partner on many issues. It is a country on migration route. It's someone that we need to do business with in the Union, and it's someone that we need to have a functioning relationship with, and that it continues to be the EU's aim, that we continue to have a dialogue, that we continue to sort through problems, as opposed to just saying, well, this isn't working, and we're walking away. On the other hand, it is clear that we have quite a few fronts open with Turkey at the moment, including the unilateral actions of Turkey in the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus regarding to its national resources. The European Council, and I'm really sorry to bore you with institutional jargon, but foreign policy, it is to a very large extent an instrument for the European Council, and that's what gives the EU its mandate. So the European Council has acknowledged the right of Cyprus to explore and exploit its natural resources in its own European economic zone. It has called on Turkey to contribute to peace and stability, and it has imposed some sanctions on Turkey with regard to its unilateral actions in the EEZ. We do have a wide array of tools that we could use to facilitate a rapprochement between Turkey and the Union. There is ongoing talks between Turkey and Greece about the Aegean and energy matters. And as we speak, there is a Foreign Affairs Council, which I'm sure will also touch upon this. So it's not, we cannot just slam the door shut with Turkey. We need to continue engaging in dialogue. We need to keep pushing for our interests in our relationship with us. They're a neighbour, and we need to have good neighbourly relations. Yeah.
Paolo, do you want to add anything on Turkey? I mean, the Turkish president is not the easiest person to deal with.
No, he's not an easy person, but he's a pragmatic person at the end of the day. I think, of course, it's not easy to imagine how to solve the situation, but here there is money for everybody. No, so there is something, is a cake, and the point is how do we share the cake? So maybe there is room for an economic agreement around this. These resources that lay underground, unused since 10 years, plus exploration, because there is a lot to be explored here.
Okay. Well, if there's no more questions, I think we'd like to thank our panel. Thank you very much for your comments. Do you want, Jonathan? Do you want to? We're just taking a picture. Just somewhere. Okay. There we go. Thank you. And I think we're moving to the next panel, but with a new chairman. Yes. Perhaps I could call up George Boustras, Christos Triantopoulos, Paraskevi Michou, and Manolis Kleonis for the next panel, Challenges in Disaster and Crisis Management in Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean. Hello. Hi. Thank you.
Πού θα καθίσει, Γιώργο? Όπως θέλεις. Ναι.
Πού θα κάτσεις, Γιώργο? Το κάνουμε, θα πάω κι εγώ εκεί, για να είμαστε όλοι μαζί.
Εγώ θα κάνω εδώ πέρα.
Εσύ θα κάτσεις άκρη εκεί?
Ναι.
Κάτσε δίπλα. Κάθουμε εδώ. Δεν είναι κι άλλος ένας στην παρέα μας, ή όχι?
Είναι η κυρία Μίχου, η οποία θα συνδεθεί από το... Και είναι στα ελληνικά, εγώ το κάνω στα ελληνικά. Μάσκες. Σας, εντάξει, ακούγομαι τώρα. John, time to practice your Greek. It will be all Greek to you. Okay. Θα ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν το επόμενο session. I'm sure there is...
Start the next session.
A couple of minutes to connect to that. Obviously, at the end of the panel, if there are questions, they can be both in English and Greek. And I'm sure that we will be able to answer them. Λοιπόν, πάμε πίσω.
So go back to the Greek situation. First of all, I would like to thank the participants, those who are here present. and Mrs. Michu, who we will have her via Zoom, via the internet. So, Mrs. Paraskevi Michu, who is with us, I can see her. Before I couldn't see you. So, of Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations at the European Commission. And on my left, Mr. Christos Triandopoulos, who is Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister, who is a doctor from the London School of Economics on political economics and financial systems and surveillance. Supervision, and also my colleague, professor at the Aristotelian University of Physics, but more important, he is the president of the Greek and a PhD in astronomy from Sussex University, Mrs. Manoli Pleoni, and chairman of the National Observatory of Athens. So we're going to discuss a very topical issue which has to do with disasters, management, prevention of disasters and crises, which result from this at the national level, but more at the regional level, because all those who spoke before me said ability and a key pillar where many things are happening. Since I'm a professor of assessment of risks, and since we have with us Mrs. Paraskevi Michu online, and because she's the only lady in this panel, maybe we should start with Mrs. Michu, and then we will continue with our guests who are here with us. So I give you the floor, and good morning from the sunny Nicosia. Good morning from Brussels, non-sunny Brussels. And of course, it's not something which is unknown to you. So I would be very happy to be with you today. But unfortunately, the conditions, my job, did not allow me to be present. But I would like to thank you, however, for inviting me and for this possibility you gave me to be online. I have the honor to be at the head of the Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations of the European Commission. And as you understand from my title, these two sectors of Directorate General are at the edge, of the various incidents, events which occur not only in the summer but throughout the year. Today, however, I will speak about civil protection within and outside the European Union. And the key pillar of the civil protection is the mechanism of this policy. And I'm certain that many of you are aware of this, and in October celebrated 20 years of its launching. So this mechanism safeguards that the 27 countries, member states of the EU, and 6 participating countries are entitled to ask and receive fastly, swiftly the European support when their own domestic means cannot be used, are blocked or are used, and they are not sufficient in tackling crises such as large-scale forest fires, floods, earthquakes, and many other disasters and crises. So in this way, this mechanism not only proves its added value of a very effective and efficient crisis management of emergency at the European level, but mainly it provides a tangible European cooperation within and outside the European Union. As of 2001, this mechanism was activated over 500 times in order to respond, inter alia to the aforementioned disasters, but also in other crises we've witnessed recently, such as consular crisis or urgent public health incidents such as COVID-19. Please allow me to give a recent example, the response of the Union to the recent forest fires in the past summer. In Greece, as you may recall, in many states, member states and not alone, we had large-scale fires, and this mechanism supported the transfer of 18 air means and 3 helicopters and over 320 rescuers from over 24 countries, including Cyprus. So these fires, for another time, once again, they reminded us of the fact that no country can alone tackle the challenges of climate change, and that we will have to continue to help each other. And I would add that you have to be better prepared in order to help each other. This means the continuation of huge investments vis-à-vis civil protection abilities, and also including a collective effort to dispose of more air helicopters. Please allow me to say a few words about the management of these disasters. I would say a few hours after the Glasgow conference, the end of the Glasgow conference on climate change, our common efforts around the Mediterranean should be focused on preventing the trends of revival risks, and climate change is one of the most important ones. And in accordance with the UN, in the Mediterranean, we observe increases of temperature by 20%, higher temperatures from the world average. So the scale, the intensity of disasters in the Mediterranean and elsewhere is being increased because of new and risks which are connected to climate. This year's fires, forest fires and floods is a reminder, and unfortunately they do show that this has become something habitual, and these emerging situations of emergency such as COVID-19, and at the same time we see many other threats such as urbanization, depletion of biodiversity, the shrinkage of natural resources, demographic change, which might make us more vulnerable to future crises. And that's why we should not sit back on our laurels. We have to construct a very powerful and accurate abilities in order to foresee these disasters, and also to understand the risks that we might encounter in the future. This will show us where we have to invest in the future and prevention. So we carried out a survey, and I would like to remind you here that €1 of prevention could save €4 to €7 in managing these disasters. So the readiness and abilities of response, and via the civil protection mechanism, we will continue to support countries of the southern Eastern Europe, including the sector of prevention and readiness. And as a specific measure, we reinforce our cooperation for civil protection in the Mediterranean. And please allow me to give you 4 specific current examples. The European Commission will form a new policy for the civil protection for the Mediterranean by determining priorities, and these on the basis of targeted needs, lessons to be learned, intensive consultations with our partners. So we are working in very close cooperation with the European Union and the Mediterranean, thus reinforcing this very powerful, strong partnership. And our objective is for the Union platform of regional cooperation for the EU and the countries of our north neighborhood, and also regional cooperation of civil protection. Furthermore, our objective is to increase the participation of the countries of Southern Mediterranean, to have a mechanism in order to tackle crises and disasters. Finally, in order to support the aforementioned efforts, we are preparing to fund and implement in 2022 a new example method, in the Mediterranean in order to tackle natural and anthropogenic disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the trans-border and regional cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Mediterranean are necessary in order to mitigate the impact and in order to safeguard a swift, powerful, strong and effective and efficient disaster management and crisis. So disasters do not know borders. And our approach to handling these disasters, because cooperation and readiness, but cooperation, solidarity, it's a value and principle of the European Union. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank you for your excellent speech. I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister, Mr. Christos Diantopoulos. Please, you have the floor. Good morning to you. Thank you. I thank the organizers for their invitation to be here with you today and participate in a very interesting discussion about the crisis management in the Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean challenges in the times of climate crisis, which is here, and this became more probable. To have a manifestation of such a disaster and natural disasters, which are connected with extreme climate phenomena which attack economies, societies, and of course the environment. So these new conditions create new realities, and modern states should adjust themselves immediately to the national and supranational levels. In Greece, in the recent years, we've experienced the very bad impact of climate change with intensity, which is far more important, I should say, intensive flood, large-scale forest fires, earthquakes, and other phenomena which used to manifest themselves sporadically, but nowadays they become frequent, not only in Greece, in the Mediterranean, and in the south of the European Union, but the climate crisis, and because of the climate crisis, this phenomenon will become more known. In seismogenic area, extreme climate disasters. We have, unfortunately, earthquakes. The Greek government, following the instructions of Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has identified from the beginning the need to adjust to the new situation, and has made the necessary moves. That is to say, new problems which are caused by the climate change. So 3 pillars. The first pillar is to formulate the available green economy and through international and European cooperation, and also via pioneering choices, initiatives inter alia for fulfilling the objects of 2030, for the solar energy, for transforming the islands to 100% of green, autonomous and sustainable destinations, and also the issuance of a Greek bond. So these aforementioned initiatives continue on the basis of the new bill of law with regard to green economy, and then what is the resilience vis-à-vis natural disasters. And an important role is played by the new Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, and this as a continuation of reinforcing the various procedures followed to date in Greece of the civil protection, and all partners, stakeholders to participate in projects against floods protections or prevention. And the third pillar, and I'm involved directly with this pillar, focus on the following day, that is to say the following day after the manifestation of a natural disaster, that is to say to support and recover an area affected. So in the last 2 years, we have changed the framework of disasters management. Initially, we've changed our philosophy because each goal in any case is for support and aid to reach immediately those in need. And based on this new philosophy, we have enriched and expanded the framework of state aid. This is a change which resulted from our experiences in the field, and the state to be there supporting every citizen. The second one had to do with this funding to the businesses and enterprises at the beginning of 2021. The outcome is within a few weeks, the businesses can receive financial aid, and in the coming months they receive the final subsidy, which comes up to 70%. So in the previous regime, they used to take only 30% during 3 or 4 years. And of course, this has to do also with agricultural farms. In the summer of 2021, we have introduced the process of the first financial aid, and thus via a new digital platform. And this is a down payment as against the amount for each beneficiary. This does not only concern, the businesses or enterprises, but also for buildings, premises, and also supporting the households for household machines. And as this was explained, we continue to set up new legal frameworks, and that has to do with machinery, machines, household machines, and funding of primary section, and also we put the household appliances, and also this process, which is very difficult and demanding because this concerns procedures which date back. And in addition to the framework, we change, in fact, the legal framework as long as we implement it, because the needs are pressuring a lot, and we do not have time. And now, in the context of this state aid, this based on our experiences following each natural crisis, and this has a holistic approach as well. We have 4 ingredients we have to underline. The first one is that the management of every natural crisis is done in the field and in close collaboration with the local government of the first and second degree level. So this requires the immediate contact with the local societies, the safeguarding the public, the state aid, and secondly, in areas which suffered a very important crisis, and we have introduced a survey for and we give the emphasis on the next days, as we did with Yebia, and the participation of the civil society and the private sector via transparent and targeted donations, and also sponsors focusing on the establishment of areas and in every region, and then private insurance. So this is the third pillar, and it is extremely important to develop this idea in Greece as a market. And this could work parallelly with state aid, of course, without losing the solidarity role, I mean, on behalf of the state. And we have examined various incentives, and we are now examining the next steps. So all the above are interventions and reforms for the day after a disaster at the national level. But the problem of the climate crisis and the impact from increasing natural disasters is a European one, it's an international one, and as is the case with the COVID. So in order to find solutions to universal problems of the EU, in order for it to be substantial, it does not suffice to be only national, but has to be global and universal. Therefore, it is more necessary than ever to open the debate for reforming the framework of the Solidarity Fund of the EU, so that the member states of the EU will be able to receive important aid after a huge natural disaster. Unfortunately, until today, this aid is not sufficient. And in the case of the Ianos disaster, which cost over 800 million, the support on behalf of this fund from the EU was only 20 million. So there is a lot of huge discrepancy. Therefore, the crisis is here. It is an unpleasant reality which has changed the realities, and we have to adjust ourselves to this new situation, both nationally and also European and global level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Manolis Leonis.
Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. Usually, I like to begin talking about this subject by giving a little bit of background and to say that climate change, natural or man-made, was one of the main levers that caused the rise and fall of civilizations, as, for example, one of the many was the disappearance of the Rapa Nui on Easter Island due to the deforestation which led them to extinction, as a society at least. It was also the cause for the exit of our species, Homo sapiens, 60,000 to 70,000 years ago from Africa, and go all over to conquer the planet. However, today we don't have anywhere else to go. After many years of inaction, the politicians were convinced by science that they should act, but it was rather late. The reduction in a short time of greenhouse gas emissions is and should be our basic target if we want to mitigate the impact of climate change and have a viable and a sustainable future for future generations. There have been many initiatives and commitments. We will see if they will be carried out. We must also reduce the sources of greenhouse gas emissions like fossil fuels, for example, and also to enhance and strengthen the natural absorbers of these gases, like forests, for example, which, due to economic interest, you know that the Brazilian government has intensified deforestation in the Amazon and elsewhere. We also have another factor, the increase of fires, wildfires, which creates a sequence that strengthens the greenhouse effect. Mrs. Michu has touched on this, and I will also say that we have data that shows that the climate change impact is even more dramatic in the Eastern Mediterranean. The National Observatory of Athens is one of the few stations that have been working for a very long time, and it shows that in the last 40 years, in Greece, the problem has intensified. The temperature has increased by 1.5 degrees, 3 times over the global average. And the global average for this period was only 0.5 degrees. So the climate models of the observatory show that another scenario, that by the end of the century, we will have a temperature increase about 3.5 degrees. There will be reduction of rainfall in the winter and 30%. By 30%, there will be a drought, and of course, that will contribute to more wildfires with dramatic impact on society and the economy. According to a report by the Bank of Greece, if we do not take measures to mitigate the impact of climate change, the Greek economy will be burdened with up to 700 billion euro by the end of the century. So our future is based on the results of climate crisis, of the outcome. And we need immediate policy measures, a change of the production model, and also adjustment to the new conditions. Destruction, apart from human losses, in 2020, there was a $210 billion damages in 1 year. That went up by 26% compared to 2019. And that data is given by the Munich Re. These destructions, combined with the risks and the dangers of the pandemic, show that social security and resilience is a necessity. There needs to be a shift of priorities vis-à-vis the past, and we have to understand that. Whereas man-made distractions were and will always be part of our life, the increase and intensity and frequency due to the climate crisis will know no bounds. We have, as an example, the great wildfires of the summer, burning millions of hectares of forest in our region. There was this explosion at the seaport of Beirut that was resounded clearly all over the Mediterranean. And that was a shock, combined with the COVID pandemic. And it showed once again that the inherent dangers, which become ever more complex, show that in this very difficult present and in the bleak future ahead of us, we need many to take initiatives on many levels, especially on the regional level. For example, in the broader area, we can have initiatives centered on the development of a common and interlinked mechanism of civil protection. That can be the catalyst for the development of a positive agenda in our region. So we can't have ideologies, ethnic racism, illusions of grandeur past, expansionist mentalities, selfishness, having a profit as the highest value. That can be no more. So it's up to us to choose. Thank you. Now I would like to open the discussion. I repeat it in English. So do we have any questions? Hello. I am Andreas Ligurezos. I'm president of the Greek Organization for Agricultural Insurance. After what we heard from the three speakers of this panel, I appreciate what Mrs. Michou and Mr. Triandopoulos said about the undertaking of initiatives concerning civil protection and also concerning a solidarity fund, because we're reaching a point where the insurance organizations of the Mediterranean will not be able to fulfill our obligations to the farmers who insure their crops. So we know it's necessary, but how possible is it to establish a fund which, amongst other things, will be able to forecast the compensations by distinguishing between extreme weather phenomena and the climate change and normal phenomena that people are facing anyway and have always been facing. So the insurance organizations of the Mediterranean are going towards an impasse. So I welcome Mrs. Michou's suggestions for these initiatives in Europe and the Solidarity Fund that Mr. Triandopoulos proposed. Perhaps Mrs. Michou would like to comment on that? I don't know. And maybe Mr. Triandopoulos as well. Mrs. Michou, thank you very much, and thank you for your question. The new budgets from 2021 to 27 have already safeguarded that the Solidarity Fund is much higher than what it was in the previous 7 years. That, however, does not mean, and I will agree with the gentleman who spoke earlier, that doesn't mean that it's enough. We've seen, for example, this summer, we saw the fires everywhere. We also saw flooding in Germany, in Belgium, right here in Belgium, with many human casualties, where the Solidarity Fund was put into use. What we must all do together is to be able, in the following years, coordinate amongst ourselves as much as we can, so that, because the needs are growing, to coordinate the means, the staff, the funds, because even if it's increased, it can never reach an adequate level to meet the need. So therefore, apart from initiatives, what we must pay attention to is how we can cooperate as best as possible amongst ourselves. And the minister said how we don't have a north and south anymore. Disasters befall everyone and everywhere. Thank you. Mr. Triandopoulos, do you want to say anything? Yes. The president of ELGA is right to express these concerns because the primary sector is the first to receive blows from the natural disasters. So there, combined with an immaturity of the insurance market, especially in the south, augments the problem. We have achieved that as to this differentiation with the new framework. We target a sector in cases of great disasters connected with climate crisis that farmers will receive aid. However, when these phenomena become ever stronger in the future due to the climate crisis, I think that to echo what Mrs. Michu said, the European response should be more generous in resources. So at the highest level, it must be decided how a new distribution of resources would answer that. But also that leads us to another issue, because when we're talking about climate phenomena, we're talking about large-scale anti-flood works. So that should also be an item in the EU agenda for the infrastructure that will protect from such phenomena, that will protect local communities of Europe, center, north, and south. Thank you very much. Mr. Plionis. Yes, Mr. Plionis says, I want to respond to that as well. I think it's important to say that science cannot distinguish whether a phenomenon is due solely to climate crisis or it would be to be expected anyway. What we can say with certainty is that the intensity and the trend will intensify. We can't identify whether this is a climate crisis, this is not. However, the general trend is the result of climate crisis. I also would like to say that interlinking infrastructure with management of natural disasters and marrying all this, putting it together with insurance industry is something that hasn't surfaced in research or in funding tools by the European Commission. It's not been on the forefront. So I think that's a question to be answered in the future. I would like to ask you, Mr. Plionis, but ask all of you rather, how can we involve society at the regional level? You mentioned, Mr. Plionis, very correctly that civil protection can be a bridge to create a positive agenda in the Eastern Mediterranean. How can we, however, out of the political announcements, manage to involve society, organized groups, non-organized groups, academia, and so forth? Mrs. Michu said something which is music to my ears. namely that the Commission is getting ready to start a new program involving our neighbor here and UFM. I, as a researcher, see that as something very positive. How do we combine all of these things that I mentioned? How do we involve the stakeholders in the Eastern Mediterranean in this effort? Mr. Plionis. I think there is a platform for interconnection. There is the will on behalf of the Commission to do that. I think the initiatives should be on three levels. One should be at the level of policymakers. They should act as facilitators for these initiatives. They should create the institutional framework so that then the political factors and the scientific world can join in this effort. Scientific world has been studying this phenomenon of climate change for many years and has been sounding the alarm, because we need ongoing vigilance and research to face a climate crisis and its impact. The measures that we have and we could use need a very, very strong foundation of data. We don't have time series and data adequate enough to foresee which way the climate crisis will go. However, we have developed many tools, and these tools must be activated, and the state must enable their utilization. For the regional initiatives, one initiative that should be developed in the horizon of institutional initiatives will be to interconnect the science bodies, the scientific factor, because scientists have their own way or their own language. They don't care about differences between countries and conflicts and global redistribution of energy and commitments, even political commitments of countries that do not have political affiliations to each other. Scientists go beyond all that within countries or between countries. And we have our own language. So it's important, as you said, to involve science, to discuss on a regional level, and to create a foundation on which the operational response can be based. If you allow me to talk about myself a little bit, we have begun to write articles in regional newspapers in Turkey, in North Macedonia, and we want to activate these forces. The establishment of a forum is very significant, says Mr. Bustras. I think I will agree that the academic community's role is very critical, of critical importance, to give tools for documentation on the issues before us. Also, there is another critical important role of business. We, after the fires, through donors, we have activated the private sector. We have large companies that give aid and make donations. So at that high level, I think apart from the active civil society, we must also look to big companies and big multinational companies to develop this sentiment, if you like. Mrs. Michu, you are at the center of the discussion today, even electronically. I would like to ask you for the next summer. We can make many guesses. We wish that it will be a peaceful and quiet summer. But how does the mechanism prepare? Well, how are you preparing for the summer? Thank you. I would like to say something on the previous question before I answer that. You know that the European Commission last year established a new legal framework, not entirely new, but something, it changed some things based on experience. And when I say legal framework, I mean the ResEU. Sorry, Rescue EU. So what we heard is very important. How can we bring together the scientific community, bring them in on this? We are also having some campaigns for awareness, to build awareness. And the sector of civil protection, even if we wanted to, if we kept it only on the announcements level, the situations we need to face do not allow us to be idle and not take actions to face them and to prepare ourselves to face the ones that will come after. So coming now to your question of what are we doing about next summer, we have discussed with all member states, particularly with member states that have suffered disasters in the previous year, about what we've learned from these experiences and what we need to focus on. Out of this discussion with these countries and all member states, we're trying to prepare ourselves either by purchasing new firefighting helicopters. We also have to buy a Canadair in the future. It's not just to buy these tools, but also to rent, to lease, perhaps, equipment that when needed. And as I said in my presentation, when it's needed by the countries that will need it. Yes. You have touched on my next question to the Minister. Minister, you talked about lessons learned vis-à-vis the last summer's disasters. So what have we learned from last summer in Greece? We had something new, some innovation last summer. We had in Greece 21 countries from all over the world present. We had fires in Turkey, and there too we saw many countries helping there as well. We had in Cyprus help from Israel, from the Organization of Civil Protection, from Egypt. And in Israel, apart from everyone who helped, we had help from the Palestinian authorities, from Jordan. This was something new. And it was very pronounced, this solidarity. So what lessons are we taking from that? What are we doing to reduce the possibility of repetition of that? And you are working not only in Evia, but in all areas that were afflicted. So this cooperation, which was developed, is part of the answer. It was very impressive, as you said, what happened in Greece and other countries, how other states came to our aid. And it's good for that to continue, as the European Commission and the DG ECHO, as Mrs. Michu said, are doing. So another thing that we have to keep in mind is prevention. We've said that many times. Prevention, which starts with forest management and a series of other factors that we need to take into account every year, and we have to prioritize. If we want to keep something from the Greek experience of management, that would be that in the context of such a huge issue of multiple disasters, because right after the heat wave, we had dozens of fires breaking out on a daily basis. What we need to take out of that is protection of human life through a process, a new management process by civil protection. On the other hand, we had destruction, loss of the forest, so we need to mobilize the process for reforestation and also protection of these burned down forest areas from flooding damage. So what we have overcome is the bureaucracy of the whole procedure. And what we have to keep in mind in the end is that both before and after a natural disaster, the response, the answer lies in cooperation between all the stakeholders with the EU and all the member states. I want to thank you very much. I think that we've reached the end of our panel. We don't want to encroach on your coffee break time. The next session is here in this room at 12:30.
Και εμείς ευχαριστούμε, κυρία Μίχου. Να είστε καλά.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Πούλιτζερ δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Πούλιτζερ δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο, κάθε Κυριακή, η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής, χωρίς ανατίμηση, 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας, The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the
17th Annual Cyprus Summit after this morning session, and we're opening with a panel. What will the new normality for the financial sector look like post-COVID challenges for the Cypriot banking system, the fintech revolution and the digital transformation? I remember this conference taking place in 2013 when quite a lot of ministers had to absent themselves and Laiki Bank was about to go under. So we have lived through momentous days in the past, but I think that's all behind us now. And I'm joined on this panel by Oliver Gatsky, Chief Executive Officer of Hellenic Bank, Michael Karalambidis from EcomBX, and Sean Marion, Managing Director, Financial Institutions Group from Moody's Investors. And each of you has something like 6 minutes for an introductory comment, beginning with Oliver Gatsky.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here for the first time in front of such a distinguished audience. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the future of the banking sector in Cyprus. Since 2013, Cypriot banks came a long way and are now on a much, if you go there, how does it work? Can you do the next page, please? Okay. So since 2013, as you can see here, Cypriot banks came a long way and are now on a much stronger footing. The capital and liquidity position of the Cypriot banks is much stronger. Non-performing loans have been gradually being reduced from 50% back in 2013 to lower than 15% nowadays. And the banking sector has been downsized relative to GDP and is comparable to European average. Furthermore, the supervision of the systemic banks by the SSM and the Central Bank of Cyprus has clearly led to the improvement of the corporate governance framework of banks, its risk management, by bringing in new practices, procedures, and policies. Is there room for improvement? The answer is a clear yes. The growth of the economy of the country largely depends on the robustness of its banking sector and its ability to finance growth. While the economy is picking up following the pandemic, the ratings of the credit rating agencies regarding the banking sector are improving, but, and this is very important, are still in non-investment grade, which makes it difficult to attract foreign investments into the sector in Cyprus. The sovereign rating is still borderline, with a BBB investment grade. Banking and sovereign ratings are interlinked, and this implies that any deterioration of the banking sector rating might drag the economy to non-investment grade. From a positive angle, any improvement of the banking sector will affect the economy positively. Therefore, everything needs to be done by relevant stakeholders to improve the industry's rating situation in the country. In order to improve, we need to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. First, sustainable growth. The banking system of Cyprus remains overbanked and in an uneven playing field. The intense competition, both from local banking institutions and fintech companies from abroad, lowers the profit margins and weakens profitability in a market with limited growth opportunities. Second, asset quality. Despite the significant reduction in NPLs from 2013, the industry is still facing an NPL ratio close to 15%, which is still very high compared to its European peers and the guidelines provided from the European Central Bank. This results still in high capital requirements and less room for new sustainable lending activities of banks in Cyprus. Thirdly, liquidity risk. Cyprus banking system has significant excess liquidity, meaning there's more or less no liquidity risk. But however, given its excess liquidity estimated to be around 14 million, The problem here is that Cypriot banks are placing the excess liquidity with the ECB with a corresponding parking fee of 0.5%. This is a cost that banks have been absorbing since 2014 and is negatively affecting its P&L. And fourth, the supervisory and regulatory framework is becoming increasingly demanding. It especially affects smaller European banks, such as the banks in Cyprus, since the resources committed and costs borne are disproportionate to the size and revenue of the banks. All the above challenges are exacerbated by the highly unionized environment, resulting in continuous cost increases and deterioration of the cost-to-income ratio of banks. Moreover, there is some unstable legal framework on foreclosures. There are new customer protection arrangements, and there's still a lot of bureaucracy in banks, but also outside of banks. So if you can move to the next page, please. So what do we have to do to overcome these challenges? Firstly, we need financially stable banking organizations with solid capital and liquidity. Banks need to become more competitive, and in an overbanked system, it is evident that there is room for further consolidation and reduction in banking institutions, in particular of the number of branches here on the island. Furthermore, they need to tackle the issue of excess liquidity by offering alternative options to depositors, such as investments and insurance products, and by examining the possibility of applying liquidity fees on deposits above certain thresholds. On asset quality, there has been significant progress in handling the NPLs of the banking sector, and financial institutions shall continue both with organic and inorganic deleveraging of their portfolios. To achieve this, we really need a stable foreclosure framework. Continuous legislative changes create instability and uncertainty, makes the secondary market of NPLs less attractive to investors, and weakens the repayment discipline and the appetite for settlement, thus helping strategic defaulters to avoid their obligations. Fourthly, ESG. The world is facing significant challenges in ensuring a sustainable future for our people and our planet. The European Green Deal is the first step on this journey, a roadmap that aims to transform the EU's economy for a sustainable future. To promote sustainable finance, the banking industry will incorporate environmental, social, and governance factors into investment and its risk management framework, promoting the allocation and channeling of capital towards sustainable and transitioning assets. And fourth, digitalization in the banking sector is no longer an option but an imperative. Our banking sector needs to keep up to speed with the global development and the increasing competition from fintech companies. During the corona crisis, we witnessed a significant positive shift towards digital and alternative channels across the sector. This is very encouraging, but we still have a long way to further streamline and simplify procedures and processes to provide better, seamless customer service and competitive products. The changes in our digital footprint, combined with changing customer behavior, will result in further branch closures, which lead to another issue that needs to be dealt with in a very decisive manner: the issue of human capital. Some of the roles of traditional banking are losing their importance, but at the same time, new roles and new opportunities are created. Therefore, what is really a priority right now for banks in Cyprus is the retraining and upskilling of bank employees to be able to cope with the new challenges. However, unavoidably, the automation and digitization in combination with the need for sustainable business models will lead also to the reduction of bank employees. Banks must seriously address the cost issue that they are facing. One of the main challenges is to reduce the costs related to staff. This cost is inflexible and often irreversible. This is where the involvement and the constructive stance of the banking employees unions and other stakeholders involved is extremely critical. Dear guests, in 2016, Madame Lagarde, the president of the ECB, said, "In today's world, sticking with the status quo is riskier than striving for change." 5 years later, I honestly believe this is still a very relevant quote. The good news is that it's in our hands to strive for change. Banks in Cyprus are committed to reshape their business models to ensure long-term sustainability of the Cyprus economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Michael Karalamides.
Hi. So, thank you very much for the kind introductions into the banking of the Cyprus market. However, in my case, I would say that at the moment in Cyprus, we are, as in the rest of the world, we're on the cornerstones of a new foundation in terms of how things should be behaving, both in the corporate and the banking world, and as well as socially. So there's three pillars we need to address at the moment. The Cyprus market is not so big in order to attract many fintech companies to be able to make business on the island. However, the Cyprus market is an industry where you're able to have a nice framework, where you're able to launch your company and make pilot services in order to try and go to the next level. What we're seeing now currently is a lot of companies that are being established in Cyprus where they're trying to make their headquartering in terms of launching to the rest of Europe. Cyprus does not have the critical mass in order to allow this to happen, in order to grow the business and create more prosperous markets. However, what we're seeing at the moment now is that the banks are suffering in terms of how they're generating more revenues. What I always stress out and keep saying is that we need to find more sources and more pillars of revenue and income for the banks, and the fintech companies are the ones which are giving this opportunity. The fintech industry is nothing that is set in black and white at the moment, because it's fighting on the frontiers of everything that has to do, whether it's with the traditional banking or regulation. So this hides a lot of challenges for the banks on how to collaborate with us. One of the main problems of being on the island at the moment is that you don't have a lot of banking partners that you can collaborate, and as a result, we try to find banking partners abroad, where you're able to actually create synergies and be able to foster and piggyback our services onto the banking rails. Under this prospect at the moment, there is a huge demand for banking services when it comes to fintech companies. But at the same time, the banks are reluctant to see this type of business as a new vertical for them. The banks have been used to a traditional model where they're able to have generate revenues through credit lines and different other traditional banking means. However, the fintech industry, what is establishing now is that we are able to create a new vertical of income that the banks can benefit from. This new vertical of income is from the transactional of money, the currency conversions, and also a diverse portfolio of how you can actually have multiple services under one roof. What does this actually entail? Well, what I'm trying to touch at the moment is that through a fintech company, you're able to have a platform where you're able to have multiple banking providers as a channel and routes for payments, which is one of the methods of generating revenue. Another one is you're able to have currency conversions, which again is a very similar type of service that banks already offer. But the cherry on the icing is that a fintech company is able to offer more commodities and more means of payments, or more deposits in other currencies. What currencies are we looking at? Well, possibly we're looking at cryptocurrencies. Anything that is based on the crypto technology now is what is actually attracting the new markets and growing and expanding the borders of banking. Though cryptocurrency is decentralized, and by rule of thumb, as a currency, it will always be decentralized. You cannot centralize cryptos. It is a portfolio that needs to be encompassed in the existing framework where you actually have all your deposits. So if you're looking at a fintech company, you're able to store now any fiat currency that currently is in the world, but at the same time, you're able to store your cryptocurrencies as well. The same thing applies for CFDs and other commodities, digital assets that you might want to foster in the same environment. And this is what the challenge is at the moment. Fintech companies are being frowned upon because of this reason. The fintech market is growing more and more, but when it comes to profitability, both of the banking world and the fintech companies, at the moment, both, I believe, are suffering to generate revenues. The market as we know it has changed. It's no longer the same where banks were actually enjoying unparalleled profits, or the fintech companies were entering a market which was quite virgin and there was not a lot of competition happening around. At the moment, fintech companies are entering markets and they're trying to grow through ICOs or IPOs, but they're not generating a lot of income, revenue, or profits at the same time. I mean, look at me. So what I'm trying to say is that neither the banks or the fintech companies are actually enjoying a healthy environment of profits and revenues or expansion of business. So where does this lead us? Well, the pandemic has shown us that everything in the market is changing in terms of how people behave. We have seen that now working from home is a new trend. Even today, I don't know if we have seen it, in Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, there has been a new ratification of the law where people are allowed to work from home and not report about their working hours as long as they slot in their projects and the KPIs. People are not allowed to be bothered during the non-working hours. So the market is changing. Fintech companies are not there just to create revenues. They are there to change the lifestyle of people and society. They are there to automate processes, to automate payments, and to automate interbanking and global transactions. So the fintech technology is not just there in order to change the banking network, but to evolve it. And they both need to work together in order to make this happen and achieve it. Having said that, in the near future, the way I see it is that there is going to be a big absorption and a big merging of different fintech companies, that the market will not remain as fragmented as it is today. And the banking industry as well is overcluttered at the moment, especially in Cyprus. Cyprus is in need to fix its infrastructure. We have seen the island giving visas, golden visas or passports, and trying to make that as the tip of the sword in order to attract investments. But on the contrary, if Cyprus wants to become a fintech destination where we're able to have that as a solid third vertical of our GDP on the island, we need to invest more in our infrastructures, where that comes in terms of cabling to internet access, the Internet of Things, access to the airports, to the ports, to the harbors. We do not have an infrastructure in Cyprus that is currently something that attracts investors to come with. Even our taxation system is under bombardment from the European Union and the global market. We need to fix the Cyprus jurisdiction in terms of how it looks abroad and the reputation that it holds. Otherwise, we will not be able to attract the international companies that are willing to come to the island in order to truly invest as a destination where you're able to obtain licenses to expand into the rest of the world and Europe, and not because we have something or a critical mass of market that is able to attract them to begin with. So sun and sea will not sell anymore. We need to shake ourselves up and wake up and finally do something about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last, Sean Marion from Moody's.
Well, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you both, Michael and Oliver. I'm going to pick up, I think, a lot on what you said. But first, I just wanted to say, look, this is the first time I've spoken at a live event since the pandemic, so I'm actually super pleased to be here with you. It's a real pleasure. We've been doing a lot of virtual events. I was in a studio last week doing a studio broadcast, but it's wonderful to be with everyone. So hopefully we're going to make this a dynamic session. And it's interesting, when I started listening to both yourselves, and I was thinking how I was going to position my comments, I want to pick up on a lot of things you both have said. And I think from where I sit, when I look at sort of this idea of what is going to constitute the new normal, I think for me, there's sort of, when I look at the Cypriot financial services sector, I think there's sort of three forces at play here that are really going to shape things, and it picks up on exactly what you said. I think the first one is we're at the tail end of this massive and, to be quite frank, very successful cleanup, balance sheet transformation at the banks Two, you've got the tailwinds coming from the pandemic, and have been mentioned by both of you. We've seen tech adoption rates for financial services pick up, and because you've had this cleanup, it's allowed banks to start to pivot and focus more strategically on that pivot to digital. So I think that's the second big force that plays, this pivot to digital. But I think from where I sit, I think there's a third big force, and it plays into what you've just said, is there's a collaboration angle, but we shouldn't lose sight of it, that there are a lot of players out there that want to eat the bank's lunch, okay? And when we think about big tech, when we think about pure play fintechs, when we think about other developments in the market, whether that be, even central bank digital currencies, stable coins, all of these things are challenges to banks' profitability on one level at the end of the day. So maybe if I could sort of think about those three forces and kind of unpack them just really quickly. And again, picking up on both things you've mentioned. So the first one, if we look at this, the balance sheet transformation, this is important because it puts the banks on the front foot to start to deal with some of these forward-looking issues. What we've seen elsewhere is you really need to get a handle on legacy asset quality issues. Otherwise, in terms of profitability, in terms of strategic orientation, you're not going to be able to get there. And you'd mentioned a number which is a great one, that it was 50% to around 15 in terms of non-performing exposure metrics, and that's significant. Like if you think about it, going back to, I think they peaked in somewhere February 2015 for the island. You're looking at exposures around 27, 28 billion. They've come down now significantly. It's about 70% I think reduction. And this is massive. And if you think about going forward, both Hellenic Bank and has significant further plans afoot. We saw Bank of Cyprus this morning, another announcement in terms of additional asset sales and big numbers. And this is important because it's quite different from what we've seen in Greece. Greece, you've seen numbers come down significantly as well, but it's been largely through securitizations and it's been sort of state-sponsored. Here, there's been pure asset sales. So this is very important because it puts the banks in a position to pivot. And that pivot, you've both touched upon it, and we're seeing it in terms of the tech adoption rates being accelerated under the crisis. You look at visits to branches on the island, you look at mobile transactions, you look at online engagement. All of this has gone up, and we're seeing big investments in the near term and in sort of the medium term that are going to set things up for future growth, and particularly the point you'd raised about stubbornly high cost-income ratios. This is a huge thing for profitability. So you've got this opportunity to reduce your physical infrastructure in terms of branches, change the way you're doing business, potentially tap into new revenue sources, some partially through collaboration. But the reality at the end of the day is there's a huge threat out there, right? And the threat is, look, you've got a banking system that is fairly saturated. You've got margins that are under pressure. There's lots of structural issues at play. You talked about labor rigidities, and so what do you've got on the horizon sort of coming over? Well, you got to think about big tech. You got to think about Google. You got to think about Facebook, what they're doing. Look at Google in the States right now. They're just on the verge of launching Plex. They're going to be offering, insured deposits, checking. It's narrow banking. They don't want to put their balance sheet at risk, and there's regulatory issues, and there's all these things. But look, they're coming. Let's not fool ourselves, And then you've got pure play fintechs, that are coming in. And you think about, there's obviously many smaller players, but there's larger ones. You think about the Klarnas. You think about PayPal. Like PayPal, for instance, they've got something. I was reading this number. They've got 377 million customers globally, and they want to switch, and they're switching from payments to credit to doing a few other things. All of these things together are going to put pressure on the bank. So there's a collaboration angle, but there's also a threat angle. And then there's other, you mentioned cryptocurrencies, we could talk about stable coins, et cetera. There's other threats out there. So I think it's quite an interesting time, and there's definitely a positive momentum behind the banks right now. You showed where the ratings are. We have positive outlooks on yourself, on other key institutions, and we see that momentum, and we see the shift, but there's also these threats out there. So it's a fascinating time. So, thank you very much.
I'd quite like to ask Oliver Gatsky to respond to that. I mean, it sounds as if the banks don't have much of a future, the old-fashioned banks. And if I can throw in one other comment, I don't know if you were all here for Lord Hill this morning, but at one point he said that he thought the American banks looked in a much better condition than the European banks. Do you think that's true? And what can Europe do about it?
Well, I think first of all, first of all, we need to focus on our challenges as of today. I mean, yes, cooperation with fintechs, crypto, thinking, in payment services going forward. This is definitely an opportunity, but first of all, we need to do our homework. And this is basically, as you rightly said, it's NPLs, it's NPLs, it's NPLs. There's no reason why the Cypriot banking system cannot have an NPL ratio of less than 3%. There are still a lot of kind of guarantee schemes here in the country. Guys like you, like rating agencies also, the regulator is looking through those guarantees. They are not acknowledged, though they are working, but they are not acknowledged. So it's basically, we have to take our capital to reduce NPLs. The second biggest challenge is, and when talking about, as you said, I mean, we are picking up on digital, on people are using digital, they're using payment apps, and so on and so forth. But let's face it, in Cyprus, there's still a lot of cash in the system, and there are also a lot of checks in the system. So, I mean, from that perspective, if you compare that to kind of the average European banking system, it's like maybe 15 years behind. People, I apologize for saying that, but that's, how I see it. And it's basically people love to go into branches for whatever reasons. I have visited a branch once during the last 30 years, and I mean that's a big it's good to talk about fintech, crypto, but first thing comes first, and this is what we have to focus on. And this brings me, I mean, we are investing a lot of money, and also our competitors are investing a lot of money in technology right now. The problem here is, when I joined the bank, I asked basically, it was a couple of months ago, where do I see all this kind of simplification, automation? Where do I see this in the P&L? And the answer was, you don't see it because of the very highly unionized system here in the country. It's very difficult to save cost at the end of the day. And this is the second thing where the banks, and this is not only a Cypriot problem, by the way, this is throughout Europe. The cost-to-income level of all banks, whether you take Deutsche, whether you take the French banks, the British banks, cost-to-income needs to go down to, let's say, something like, depending on the business model, 50% or something like that. I think that's the number, and I think we have to acknowledge that and to have to start doing this as well. And then the last thing I wanted to say to you, I think, yes, we need to cooperate. I think also, and I like to discuss this in my bank in the next couple of weeks, the country tries to make this, the politicians try to make this country attractive for fintechs and other tech companies. I think banks also need to become more open to open accounts for these guys. Yeah, we have to have a banking system which supports, to attract tech companies here on the island. So those are, my views.
And I think that with that we just made a business deal, and that's a deal.
All right. Let me talk to compliance first.
And you have to give a commission to the Economist for introducing you. I'm looking really to see if there are any comments or questions from the audience, and I particularly at the back, I think I've missed some before, but so if anybody wants to ask a question, I'd be interested to know. I have one more I'd like to ask Michael about, but I'm still looking. The lights, it makes it very difficult to see. Is there a question over there? Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Posilidis. I'm from the Cambridge Centre of Alternative Finance, and European University, we have a collaboration. I want to go also back in the morning when we heard about regulators and problems of regulators. And what I've noticed is, for example, we have stable coins coming, we have stable coins that are up to 65 billion in market cap, which are not actually regulated within Europe. So I wonder if that both banks and more modern players, how do you see that challenge of regulation coming from the moment that a large part of the fintech ecosystem is actually coming from outside the regulatory space, while at the same time you need to respond to the regulators within Europe who are demanding more and more? Thank you.
Interesting. I mean, we do have the next panel has regulators on it, so we can ask them too. But what do you think?
Well, I would say that the challenges. I don't want to make this into a crypto panel at all, because me myself, I'm not a crypto evangelist whatsoever. Actually, I come from a background which is banking. But what I would say that the challenges go beyond non-centralized cryptocurrencies, whether that's stablecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever else there is out there. I'm just saying that is the step forward in the future, in the next 5 years. But until those 5 years have elapsed, and that's why my conversation was just based on 3 pillars, which one was the banking system, the other is the global economy, and the other one is social life. Social lifestyle is changing, and that is actually the steam engine that is carrying the other 2 pillars with it. The Generation Z is not attracted to credit lines anymore. So the banks need to address this on a pan-European, if not global scale. That's what I think the main challenges will be. So for so many years, the banks have relied on loans and credit lines in order to generate revenues as a mainstream of revenue and income for them. Well, the next generation, that is the prosperous generation that is going to give back to the economy, is a generation that is not interested in credit lines that much. They're not interested in owning housing or estates that much. And at the same time, they want to have a peace of mind when it comes to work. So they want to have a very balanced work and personal lifestyle environment, while they're very interested in not stepping anymore, as you very accurately said, whether that's in Cyprus or abroad, into any retail branches. They just want to do all their banking or their digital banking or access to anything that they have, whether that's fiat or cryptocurrencies, through an app. So this social change needs to define eventually how the banks are going to behave and create revenues. And I'm saying that one potential, and at least for us, the most obvious branch of growth is strictly collaboration and not competition with fintech companies. So the collaboration with fintech companies that are able to expand across the globe and make the world a smaller place, whether that's to pay, interact, or to have access to your wallets, because we're based on a different competition level. Fintech companies are fighting between us in order to obtain market share. So a bank that chooses wisely a fintech partner is defined to make profits out of that relationship.
I think if I could just jump in there on that, I think, just playing off what you've said and thinking about the question, I mean, I think from another way of looking at it, I think there's also some potential risks there for the banks to be, and for the financial services sector sort of writ large. And you think about the first one, you think about sort of stable coins, and going back to the point about use the word decentralized nature in terms of cryptocurrencies. Well, we think about stable coins and what they represent. If you think about, that representing sort of a unit and a store of value, something that can be transferable and something you can use for payments. And you think about that existing outside the distribution channels and the immediate relationship an individual has with his or her bank, that's not good for the banks. From a revenue point of view. It may not be solely outside, it may be brought in, but there's a risk there. And then there's also a risk from a regulatory point of view, and why the regulators are looking at this. Is there a risk, not necessarily for what could be, but not necessarily for financial stability, in terms of its financial intermediation and looking at and the oversight on it? Anything that exists in either in the shadows or outside is always something that gets regulatory attention. And as that spotlight gets shone on it, things can go in different directions, which can be good or bad.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but it's just what I would like to say, that when it comes to risk, I mean, risk is always what generates revenue at the end of the day. I'm not saying exaggerated risk, but mitigated and controlled risk is a necessity in today's market. And actually, the risk of being systemically exposed to extrapolated credit lines is worse than the AML compliance risk of today's technology. Because today's technology is integrated and the regulated fintech companies actually have an ecosystem where they're able to monitor more the transactions than what a bank traditionally used to do in terms of compliance and AML. So a fintech company can monitor a transaction from an individual that is a cardholder that has to do with acquiring up to the final part that it will go in the company and even come out as reinvestment or dividends. So the transparency of a transaction by working with a fintech company eliminates a risk that a bank previously could not look into. It was a dark box for the banks. So at the end of the day, the risk today in working with regulated and proper fintech companies is strictly much better than exposing the bank to more credit risk.
And I think our next panel is here, or most of them are. But I wanted to ask you, Michael, one perhaps final question. What happens when central banks issue digital currencies?
Well, okay, first of all, that is a question that I think it will take a lot of years for that to happen, and a lot of politics to happen, a lot of wheels to move. So which central bank and where would be the question.
The Chinese.
Well, okay, that obviously is not going to be embraced by the European Union, but I cannot represent the Chinese central bank at the moment.
Okay.
But it does go against any cryptocurrency's decentralized values.
Yes.
So that is the first stepping stone that everybody needs to eliminate. A cryptocurrency is by rule of thumb, as I said before, a decentralized concept.
Yeah.
How you centralize it and what political wheels need to get in motion in order to achieve that, I mean, that supersedes my sci-fi expectations.
Fine. Anybody want to make any last comments, or have we got?
Yeah, I don't think central bank digital currencies are that far away, and I don't think they're that far off. There's a lot of work.
I believe the Bahamas has issued a digital currency.
Well, it's a good thing Cyprus is a better jurisdiction, I hope, than Bahamas.
I think if there is a regulatory framework, it's a breakthrough for crypto. But the regulatory framework needs to be there. Otherwise, it will always be, something, slightly outside the regulated financial, environment. And as long as this is the case, the regulator being the regulator, it's going to be tough to get accepted.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
Very interesting. Okay, well, I don't see any hands for a final question, so I think we might thank our panelists. Thank you very much for a very interesting session.
Thank you.
Oh, he wants to take a photo. Do business. Nice to see you. Thank you. And I think I can see the Minister and Mr. Regling are both ready. So I'd like to invite Minister Petridis and Klaus Regling to come and join me up here, and Evgeniu, if I can't see him at the moment, but yes, there he is.
Hello.
To see you again. Nice to see you again, and nice to see you again. And you will speak from up there, yeah? Or do you want to speak?
I'll speak from there.
Okay. Why don't you? Klaus? Why don't you sit there, and why doesn't we can do it in that order? And you will comment after they. Okay. Is that what? Yeah. Comment after they have spoken. From here is probably easier, but it's up to you. That's fine. Good. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the next panel, which is on the economic landscape for Europe and Cyprus. Next generation EU funds, I think, is a very interesting topic that we would like to hear from, and the post-COVID-19 reforms agenda. And we're going to hear first from the Minister of Finance, Konstantinos Petridis, and then Klaus Regling, and after that, some comments from the business perspective from Evgeniu from PricewaterhouseCoopers, one of our key sponsors. So, Minister Petridis, you have the floor for about 7 to 8 minutes.
How long?
7 to 8 minutes?
7 to 8.
There's a helpful clock there. You have 10, I think. Yeah, fine.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, να καλωσορίσω τον φίλο τον.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome a friend Klaus Regling, Managing Director of ESM. Welcome to Cyprus once again. I want to thank The Economist for organizing this conference, which is, I believe, more topical than ever, how the post-COVID era is shaping, and the economic landscape, which is indeed changing. If there are any lessons learned from the pandemic, is that unforeseen crises may come. Nobody expected the arrival of this pandemic. There is climate change, which can and does create new situations. So we should always be prepared for a next crisis. And that's very important for those in the field of economy, business, and of course, society. I think that is the essence, basically, and the purpose of the Resilience Fund. This fund was not set up to help countries come out of crisis. It was set up so that productive investments would be made that would constitute societies more resilient in the long term. And I think that's a very correct political perspective. I am very happy because the European Commission also verified that the recovery plan tabled by Cyprus is considered one of the best in the EU as well, and also our policies in facing the pandemic, which brought us to the fact to have a greater reduction of the pandemic than expected, and we are one of the few countries that in 2021 we will more than cover the lost ground of 2020. Now, of course, economy has not gone back to normal. There are problems on the supply chain, and they are results of the pandemic. We have the problem of inflation, and inflation created precisely because of the interruption of the supply chain. Inflation is something that will stay with us for a while. However, it is a passing phenomenon. It may be a passing one, but it doesn't mean it will be brief. The next few months may bring even more inflationary trends because more time is required for the recovery of the supply chains. And that does not remind us of the 80s, 90s inflationary trends, but more the post-Second World War trends. There were phenomena at that time linked with price increases for a specific period of time until the markets were restored. After the war, there was great demand for products, and this phenomena resulted. Another likeness with that time that differentiates the inflationary pressures of later decades are labor conditions, labor market conditions. So the supply in the labor market was interrupted, And at this time, there are available jobs in Cyprus, in Europe, and elsewhere at a much higher level than ever before in the past. The lack of workforce is observed in the lowest paid jobs. These inflationary pressures do not affect the low levels since these jobs are being created. And it seems, and I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, that there is a push towards an increase of salaries and wages. So these inflationary trends that are caused by the pandemic have these results. Another phenomenon for which we need to be prepared, and is a lesson out of the pandemic, is that it appears that production will begin to be concentrated nearer to the consumption areas. So the business world and it's very helpful that with artificial intelligence, with digital transition, production becomes easier, closer to the consumer. There were times when production was had gone far away, like China and other places in Asia where labor was cheaper, far away from the European consumer. So, from the lessons we draw out of the crisis in order to avoid phenomena caused by the pandemic, I believe we will see a reversal of what I described above. So we should all be very prepared as Europe, collectively and individually as countries. Another challenge we have to face is the green transition. And we've seen the risks related to this. As EU member states, we have to safeguard altogether that this green transition, which will entail a great cost, should be accelerated and also applied globally, because globally developments are not satisfactory. We should look to this so that the EU economy should not lose its competitiveness. We also have to safeguard the EU member states. Because of the high cost of this green transition, there will be a counter balancing for the weakest players. We will have increase in taxation. The green taxation will give counter incentives for using fossil fuels. And we see there is a toolkit which urges states to reduce taxation. The cost of energy in Cyprus is lower. It's gone back to 2018-19 levels, but it's higher in other countries of Europe because of their dependence of natural gas. So we need a policy for a more climatically neutral society and less dependence on fossil fuel. So the impact and the repercussions as we enter the green transition and we implement the policies will become more evident. We must, of course, pass on a greener economy to future generations, but let us not be ignorant to the fact that the cost, the political and the economic cost will be great. Now, given the inflation, I consider it very important that the response of the EU is to build infrastructures through RRF towards a green transition and they will not create a temporary increase of demand, but they will prepare us for the next day. I think the lessons that we can draw is that international economy, because we're living in a globalized environment, goes through crisis, changes. It is a dynamic situation, and we try to handle it as best we can. We differentiate our production model. We should differentiate it, we will differentiate it with the recovery fund. And already in recent years, a very different development model has developed in Cyprus. And that is what helped in areas we didn't have before, like renewable sources of energy, green investments, shipping, which was there already but has been enhanced greatly, differentiation of our tourist model. And at this moment, I believe that a very significant parameter, a pillar for Cyprus of the next day, so it will be able to face the challenges that I mentioned, plus others, is the very competitive program that we have for attracting foreign companies in high-tech areas and not just, which will make, in a realistic, pragmatic way, this program will shape Cyprus and make Cyprus a hub for such services, and will make it will be a catalyst in our future economic growth, and it will most significantly offer increased income to Cypriots. The challenges are many. We must not take anything as granted. We have to take steps to protect the areas for a possible next crisis, which we don't know when, but we do know it will come.
Managing Director of the European Stability Mechanism.
Good afternoon. Thanks, John, Minister Petridis, Mr. Ovgenion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be back in Nicosia and to speak again today at this conference. Almost 2 years since the outbreak of the pandemic continues to cause hardship around the world. Looking at Europe, we have experienced, without doubt, the most challenging economic and financial crisis in our lifetime. Containment measures have improved the health situation and helped opening up economies. With rising vaccination rates, the number of new infections has subsided in many countries, and economic activity has picked up. But uncertainty remains, as we are in the fourth infection wave. After a 5.2% drop in economic activity in Cyprus last year, the latest European Commission forecast points to a recovery of 5.4% this year and 4.2% next year. The revival of economic activity in Cyprus and in the rest of Europe was possible thanks to a comprehensive policy response to the pandemic. The response to the pandemic at the national and European level was fast, powerful, and well coordinated. At the EU level, 3 institutions were part of the initial crisis response already in April last year. That was the European Commission, the European Investment Bank, and the European Stability Mechanism. The most important measure, of course, was decided then in July and will be implemented over the next 5 years. That is the 750 billion euro next generation EU package, which will be implemented by the European Commission and supports economic reforms as well as a green and digital transformation that also the Minister talked about. If countries successfully implement the reforms that they proposed in their recovery and resilience plans, they could sustainably raise their growth potential and transform their economies. Going forward, the efficient and effective implementation of these plans is the key task for all EU member states over the next 5 years. Cyprus is no exception. The proposed measures should help achieve some key long-term macroeconomic goals, strengthening the resilience and competitiveness of the economy. Implementation is now key. Let me only mention the importance of the judicial and public administrative reforms in this context. In addition, Cyprus continues to have challenges in its financial sector. Non-performing loans of the Cypriot banking sector have decreased by over 80% since 2015. This is big progress and very positive, but efforts to reduce NPLs further should continue. An effective application of the insolvency and foreclosure framework will be important in this context. For Europe as a whole, while the recent crisis has been painful, it also provides the opportunity to accelerate structural changes in our economies and to make further progress towards deepening European economic integration. This is, I believe, crucial to position Europe better in a changing world, make it more resilient to future crises, and to strengthen the international role of the euro. In response to the euro crisis a decade ago, important initiatives were taken to make our economic and monetary union, EMU, more resilient. We set up several new institutions, and I will only mention the acronyms because there are so many. We have the SSM, the SRB, the ESRB, EBA, ESMA, and of course the ESM, all created during the last decade. And they improved the effectiveness of crisis prevention and crisis management. During the pandemic, we benefited from this stronger institutional framework. But to strengthen monetary union further and to complete the process of deepening EMU, we need to work on 3 key areas. First, completing the banking union. Second, making progress towards a capital markets union. And third, an efficient management of fiscal policies. Progress in these areas would increase economic risk sharing in the euro area via market channels as well as via public channels, thus strengthening convergence in the monetary union. Completing banking union and creating a capital markets union would have many other benefits. Fewer obstacles to cross-border investment can facilitate a better allocation of capital, open up new ways of financing for companies, strengthen competitiveness, and thus raise Europe's growth potential. This would also make the euro area more attractive for global investors and elevate the euro's international role. Although there's a broad consensus around the benefits of these reforms, I'm fully aware that the steps needed to complete them remain controversial. The finance ministers of the euro area, who meet regularly in Brussels every month to decide on these matters, are working hard on these matters, as Minister Petridis no doubt can confirm, because he has to be there also every month. Several difficult decisions need to be taken to complete banking union, including a European deposit insurance scheme, improved cross-border integration of the banking sector, a broader crisis management framework that includes medium-sized banks, and the regulatory treatment of banks' sovereign exposure. The next important step towards the full banking union is the ESM's backstop to the Single Resolution Fund. This is agreed and will happen at the beginning of next year when the revised ESM treaty is ratified. Creating a capital markets union is technically complex. The euro area today consists of 19 different capital markets with their own rules and barriers to cross-border capital flows. An integrated European financial market would require the partial harmonization of insolvency laws, the alignment of the tax base for companies, more supervisory convergence, and a long list of other measures. Lastly, risk sharing in EMU also happens through public channels. This is already the case today through the EU budget, through loans from the European Investment Bank, through the financial assistance of the ESM, and through Next Generation EU in the coming years. However, Next Generation EU is limited in time and tailored to the needs of all EU member states, not just the euro area. For the euro area, there are other possible options on how to share risk. A new instrument for macroeconomic stabilization could provide additional fiscal space, not transfers, to euro area countries hit by an asymmetric shock. As euro area countries have given up their own monetary and exchange rate policies, the remaining macroeconomic tool, fiscal policy, is needed more from time to time. My final remark is on the need to reform the Stability and Growth Pact. This pact coordinates budgetary policy and ensures the debt sustainability of euro area countries. The policy response to the pandemic came at a cost. Higher deficits and a drop in economic activity last year have led to substantial increases in public debt to GDP ratios. Nevertheless, public debt currently is sustainable in all member states of the monetary union. To a large extent, this is a result of the long-term secular trend towards lower interest rates that we observe globally. Countries now have a higher debt carrying capacity than what was assumed in the Maastricht Treaty. And while interest rates will increase from today's low levels, economic research indicates that equilibrium real interest rates will remain lower than 20 or 30 years ago. Some elements of the Stability and Growth Pact, as they stand now, do not reflect this changed macroeconomic environment. Going forward, a simplified EU fiscal framework could be built around a 3% deficit limit and a higher debt to GDP ratio. If we succeed in deepening our economic and monetary union with a banking union, a capital markets union, and more public and private risk sharing, EMU would become more robust and less vulnerable, and the euro's international role would be strengthened, enhancing Europe's sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus Regling. And now for a comment on either or both of those presentations and the business perspective, Evgenios Evgeniou, Chief Executive of Pricewaterhouse here in Cyprus.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be addressing the conference and to be part of this distinguished panel. Back in April, we carried out a survey amongst the CEOs globally and in Cyprus. And at the time, there was very high optimism regarding the growth prospects of the economy globally, but also here in Cyprus. But at the same time, there was a big uncertainty, and the uncertainty was the pandemic itself. And I believe that the growth trajectory of the economy globally and in Cyprus since then vindicates that optimism, but at the same time confirms the concern regarding a fourth wave of the pandemic this winter being an uncertainty that we need to factor in our thinking. Now, the labor shortages experienced in Cyprus, the great attrition that firms globally experience, the disruption in supply chains, and the rising prices and the rising inflation obviously create a new environment economically, but also for businesses. Now, there is thinking that this is short-term because it's due to the pandemic, and I tend to agree partly with that analysis. But at the same time, there are underlying factors that go beyond the pandemic that have to do with the acceleration of technology, the acceleration of the transformation of the work environment, a new generation joining the labor market, and also the increase in protectionism. And maybe all these taken together may lead to conditions that will continue to experience these disruptions beyond the end of the pandemic. And this leads me to the next point, that during the pandemic, governments rightly stepped in to support society and businesses, and we were fortunate in Cyprus as a result of the prudent fiscal policies followed by the government and the Ministry of Finance. We had the space to provide this support. But this fiscal expansion obviously leaves behind a high level of debt. And the need to continue investing in infrastructure as a result of the green transition and the digital transition, but also the increased needs regarding healthcare and pensions as a result of the demographic shifts, potentially would continue to put some pressure on the public finances. And obviously this, from a business perspective, leads to a concern about the prospect of a higher taxation burden. And I'm not talking about the rates of taxation, I'm talking about the overall burden of taxation in the economy. And we have seen recently in the UK, a conservative government has announced a budget that has taxed the economy at the highest level since the Second World War. Now, in this environment, obviously, there are challenges, but I believe at the same time we have a great opportunity. And the opportunity is to transform our economy and to transform our business models. And this brings me to the Next Generation EU and the EU Recovery and Resilience Plan. The Cyprus submission, I think, is extremely good. I believe the reforms that are included there are absolutely necessary for the economy, and they are necessary not just to get hold of the funding, but also to transform the economy. At the same time, there is another plan regarding the transformation of the Cyprus economy. It's called Vision 2035. This is a plan that was carried out with the involvement of PwC, and it is now available for public consultation. And I believe that it creates an action plan on the basis of which we can truly create a more competitive, a more diversified, and a more productive economy. Now, from a business perspective, what we want to see is obviously implementation of these plans, implementation of these reforms, and acceleration of the digital and the green transition, as well as, the elephant in the room is the public sector. We have been talking about about it in Cyprus for a long time. But we believe that it's absolutely essential that public sector reforms go ahead. And that doesn't only touch the transition to e-government, the reduction of bureaucracy, but also has to do with the modernization of our educational system. As an EU member state, we spent proportionately a high percentage on education. I think that's right. The question is the value we get out of it in terms of the skills that our children get to be fit for the future. And obviously the judicial reform is also extremely important and needs to go ahead. In concluding, I think one lesson from the pandemic is that to succeed, and I will agree with the Minister of Finance, we need to have room to absorb any shocks. And this is relevant for the government, is relevant for business in terms of having resilient operating models and to have space for any shocks. The other lesson, obviously, is that the public sector needs to work closely together with the private sector in order to deal with any challenges. And I believe that we are, at the moment, in front of a big opportunity for our country, as I said. But what we need to do is to move fast. Staying still means that we are falling behind, and I truly believe that we cannot afford to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we have about 15 to 20 minutes for comments and questions. I don't know if either of you would like to respond, Minister or Klaus Regling, to what Evgeniu has said, or to each other. Would you, anything you don't? Please.
I mean, maybe because both my neighbors talked about the need to be prepared for the next crisis. Yeah. Let me just say that I fully share that. I didn't mention that in my statement, but this is indeed one reason why fiscal management has to be very careful. I fully agree with what the Minister said. We need to prepare for demographic change, as you pointed out, additional cost of aging for pensions, healthcare, but also we know there will be another crisis one day. We don't know when, we don't know where it comes from. We did not know 2.5 years ago that there would be such a pandemic with such high costs, so we don't know when and what, but it will happen. So fiscal space is an important element, I think, when we look at an effective, efficient management of fiscal policy. But I think the Cypriot government intends to do that. We heard it from the Minister, and also looking at the forecast that the European Commission put out last week, where I see that the fiscal deficit would drop to about 1.5% of GDP by 2023. I think that's on a very good way to reach that objective.
And Minister, can I ask you, just sort of really following that up, you mentioned inflation more than once in your comments, and obviously inflation is actually particularly high now in the United States by at least recent standards. I think Klaus Regling was saying he's not too worried about interest rates rising, but do you think that there is still a bit of a risk that interest rates will rise, and how well prepared is Cyprus, to take an example, to absorb a long-term rise?
I think that there is always a risk to have increased interest rates. Nevertheless, if the forecast is right and the inflation that we observe now, it's a temporary phenomenon, I think that we will not see a drastic increase of the interest rate in the medium to long term. So that's my prediction. Of course, nobody could have seen this inflation coming. So there is still a big degree of uncertainty, I would say. Nobody had predicted that the break of the supply chains would cause this inflationary phenomena. But I think with the normalization of the supply chains, I think that there will be no need to change drastically in the short term, at least, the monetary policy.
I'm looking around the room to see if there are any more questions. Yes, there's one at the back there. Those two. Or maybe we should start over here, actually, with this one. Yep. Since you have the microphone, and then we'll go back there.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yannis Sirkidis from Bank of Cyprus. I will touch upon the labor issues. It seems to me that it's behind, besides inflation, it's also it seems to be sustainable shortages, in the sense that COVID and our transitions, green and digital, they are knocking out a number of jobs, people become unemployed permanently, long-term unemployment, so that the pool is shrinking, and this creates a problem almost everywhere of labor shortage. In conjunction with education, which absorbs too much money and resources and not turning out the right skills in the country, then the future outlook is quite not very encouraging. And that might eventually lead to things like more income inequality and even a wage push in the economy coming from this shortage. So what's the...
Minister, do you want to comment on that? Labour shortages, wage push?
Listen, I would say that in Cyprus we have a distortion, which is the mismatch of skills. We have to correct that, and the only way to correct that is through the education system, through the educational system. There are efforts in order to lift the distortions in the labor market by actually fitting the demand with the supply. It's not going to happen from one day to another. It takes time. Maybe we have delayed in that because when every reform is difficult, it's more difficult in the southern European countries, and it's more difficult in Cyprus with this political system that we have. But it's something that we are working on, and the Minister of Education is working on. There are efforts. We made a lot of mistakes in the past. We abolished the Technical Institute that contributed to the increase of the distortion. There is a number of initiatives in closing the gap. It is encouraging the fact that you have seen tertiary education institutions and new universities catching up the needs of the market more quickly than actually the public sector. There is an effort also in the public sector, but it is encouraging that we see the unemployment falling. Some expectations about the levels of unemployment before the pandemic have not been proved true, and we're actually trying to find personnel now. So we are thinking about closing the short-term gap in cooperation with the relevant ministry by being more flexible in the import of workers from third countries, especially unskilled workers. But we should also monitor the distortions, the potential distortions that could be created because of the minimum guarantee income and some other policies. And there are signs that this distortion started being created in the labor market, and it's something that you have to closely monitor and watch.
If I can just very quickly say that in terms of reforms, I believe the biggest reform that will drive economic growth in Cyprus is educational reform, but it's one of those things that is hard, takes long, and the benefits are sort of into the future. The other comment is that it's not only, in Cyprus we have labor shortages in certain sectors of the economy, but if you look at the pan-European, even global level, everyone is talking about the great attrition, people leaving professional jobs, university graduates, and this has to do with the acceleration of technology. It has to do with the complete change in the way that people work and a new generation entering the labor market, and that would put pressure on salaries and on staff cost, and in Cyprus and globally. And also, I commented earlier, the increase in protectionism or the disruption to globalization, I believe is another factor that may lead to a push into inflation that goes beyond the pandemic. So I think we should, I agree with the Minister that it may be short-term, the inflationary pressures, but we have to be cautious because there are underlying trends that are there that may continue push prices beyond COVID-19 and have to do with the labor cost and the increase in protectionism.
Okay, we had one question at the back over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Iakovos Stavru, and I would like to ask a question about Mr. Regling. What do you think is the ideal number of banking institutions in Cyprus given its small size?
I cannot give you one number on that. The banking system differs country by country, and we have countries in the European Union that live very well with a large number of banks, and we have other countries that live quite well with a very, very small number of banks. So I don't think one can give a general answer here, and certainly I would not dare to give you a number for Cyprus. But what I can say is it's important that countries, in all countries where there are problems in the banking system, those problems need to be tackled. And we know in some countries that can be profitability, which in many European countries is lower than it is for US or Asian banks. And I think it can also be a problem here. We know Cyprus, like in a few other European countries, the level of non-performing loans in the banking sector is still quite high, which of course plays a role when we try to understand why profitability is low. So that then obviously is an area where more progress is needed. So that I can say, but I will not give you a number.
Minister, are there too many banks in Cyprus?
Well, I mean, I can definitely not give a number myself, but consolidation did take place in Cyprus the hard way in some cases. I think now we have a much healthier banking sector, better managed than before, following strictly the EU framework. There are challenges. Mr. Reglin mentioned the NPLs. Of course, there was a decrease of around 80%, more than 80% in the NPLs of the of the banking sector. We do have a plan of how to bring it in line with the EU average within the next 2 or 3 years through the KDPS change into an asset management company. So the plan is there. So for me, it's not so much how many banking institutions there are there, but to have healthy institutions and also to safeguard a certain degree of competition. There are also EU rules for that we have to respect, because if you have a monopolistic situation, then other distortions will be created.
Klaus Regling, you were very interesting on the subject of the possibility of a higher debt limit as part of the reformed Stability and Growth Pact, and you were suggesting that fiscal policy, I think you were suggesting there was more room for an expansion of fiscal policy now than perhaps was thought when the monetary union was established. And of course we also have the new generation EU funds. I just wondered if in the country that you know best, that the mood in the country that you know best has become more tolerant of more expansionary fiscal policy and possibly of further debt issuance at the European level. I mean, we don't have a German government in place yet. We are going to get a German government, we hope. Has the mood in Germany changed to be a little bit softer in this area?
I don't think we are here in Nicosia to discuss the German mood. And also let me be clear what I said and what I didn't say, because your conclusion that you drew from what I said is not what I meant to say. I said indeed it's easier today to live with higher debt ratios because there's this long-term trend that interest rates, and to be precise, real interest rates, have been declining, and there's a lot of economic research that indicates that this will not be reversed anytime soon. In the very long term, possibly to some extent, for the reasons you gave about demographics, this can have an impact. The savings behavior might change as people age, but for the foreseeable future, I think we are lucky that at a time where there are these huge investment needs, it seems to be possible to sustain a higher level of debt. But that does not mean, as you said, that from now on all countries should run larger deficits. Yeah. I did not say that, and I didn't mean to say that, because that's very different. It just means that countries that have particular high debt ratios today, And we know there are 4 or 5 countries in the European Union, and Cyprus is not really part of that group, or you are marginally there. There are others with higher debt ratios. I think we should be careful and not urge them to bring down their debt ratios to 60% of GDP over the next 20 years, which is what the current Stability and Growth Pact requires. I think that would not be realistic, and it would economically not be wise, because given this lower interest rate level than 30 years ago, it is possible to sustain a higher debt ratio. The actual annual debt service payments are only a third or a quarter of what they used to be, despite the fact that debt is so much higher. So again, no carte blanche on spending money. We have to be prepared for the next crisis. We do need extra space over time for the cost related to aging, but also don't overreact now to high debt ratios, and don't draw the wrong conclusion from that.
If I could add on that,
please.
I foresee that there will be heated debates in the near future about the reform of the Growth and Stability Pact. One point I want to make is that the Growth and Stability Pact has been flexible, and it has worked. And this was proved during the pandemic. Secondly, for high indebted countries, yes, I fully share the view that, it's realistic to talk about the current debt levels and bringing them down immediately. Nevertheless, if we keep countries, at some point they will realize, and the markets will react aggressively. So I think that we have to also to make sure that any reform of the pact maintains the policy to be counter-cyclical. You have to save in good times. And this is kind of opposing compared to the political economic cycle that we are running through elections. So I think it has to be quite strict in that respect. So we have to be very careful in any reform to safeguard fiscal sustainability, not just to find an excuse because of the green transition to abolish the growth pact, because this will be unsustainable and it will hit mostly the countries with high debts.
And if I can add the concern from a business perspective, I agree with the minister and with Mr. Regling. We have to, governments will need to invest, and the green transition is going to cost, and I think it's a worthwhile cost to pay now, not to burden future generations. But we have to also be cautious of the overall tax burden in the economy, because then the response will be higher taxation, and then we'll go back into times in economic history that I think no one wants us to live again.
Let's invest green, but let's substitute from non-green.
Exactly. And let's drive growth with reforms that boost competitiveness and productivity in the economy.
Well, and as you were saying, the UK, which is not in either the EU or the Euro, is setting an example by increasing spending and increasing taxation all the time, ever since we left the EU. It's slightly surprising, perhaps, is one way of putting it.
You said something about expansionary policy. I think that all countries for the past decades, they follow expansionary policies. Yeah. That's my view. When the budget is about 50% of the GDP, and then I cannot call that non-expansionary. So it's also a matter of definition.
Everything is relevant.
Everything is relevant, yeah.
As it happens, I know we're not here to discuss this big country of Klaus Regling's, but I remember that the first country to break the Stability and Growth Pact was indeed Germany. Yeah. But it was a long time ago.
And the Commission reacted very forcefully.
Okay. We could have time for one more question, otherwise we might move. Yes, one over there.
Hello, I'm Theo Barberis, PwC. In the morning, Mr. John Pitt said that the way forward for regulation is to be flexible, adaptable, and efficient. And he believes that in UK they will go towards this direction. but at the same time, he believes that the EU will find it difficulty because of the bureaucracy and too many organizations to achieve that. Do you share this?
It was actually Lord Hill who said that, but yes. Klaus Regling, do you think that the EU is inflexible?
I don't want to argue with Lord Hill, but he comes from the UK and he's selling the UK system, I'm sure. I want to admit that it's always more difficult for the European Union to come to efficient solutions because there are 28 countries. One has to make compromises. And compromises, unfortunately, typically means it's not quite as efficient as it could be if only one country needs to take a decision. So to some extent, I think we have to live with that. But then, of course, the advantage is that this then creates a common market, hopefully one day for financial services that is really large. And I talked about all the benefits that come with that. If we have a full banking union, a full capital markets union, that would really strengthen the allocation of capital and could raise the growth potential and would make Europe also more attractive internationally. So I think it's worth working hard on that. It will be hard work in the Eurogroup. We will be there and see the progress over the next few years. It's never as easy as doing it in one country. So it's easy to say the UK has a more efficient system. We are more complicated than that, but the advantages, I think, outweigh that.
Minister, do you have any views on the EU?
Yes, I would totally agree with you, Mr. Regling. The EU is not one country. It's not even a federation. So I think, in principle, we have to respect the principle of subsidiarity. The EU only has to intervene at certain levels where the national states cannot. Secondly, and in relation also with the Growth and Stability Pact, I think that if we talk about it in a broader sense, there is no fiscal union at the European Union. So if you want to be flexible and give more space, then a fiscal union should have proceed. And a fiscal union, it's something which is very immature because it would entail transfers from one region to another, much more than it does now. So I would say that the deepening of the EU has not proceeded yet. We have to live with that. The EU has been proved flexible, but for its own competences. And we have to operate and find the balances in this hybrid way that we are operating.
And if I can add one thought on this, I mean, I was obviously here when Lord Hill made his comment, but as somebody who lives in the UK has plenty of inflexible regulation and bureaucracy, and it's not always terribly good, even under this present government, at tearing up regulation. And in fact, the movement since Brexit, rather surprisingly, has not been in favour of reducing regulation in the UK, very much. I think we've just about run out of time, so I'd like to thank all three of our panellists. Thank you very much for joining us. And I think we'll move straight on to the final panel of the day on a modern capital market. He would like to take a picture. He would like a picture. I'd like to invite, yes, George Theocharidis, Vasiliki Lazarakou, and Natalia Nikolaidis. Hello. I don't know where you want to sit, George. Do you want to sit there? You'll start. Yes? Hello. Do you want to start? Okay, well, in that case, you could sit there. It doesn't really matter. And you'll comment after that. And you have something like 6 minutes each. Yeah? We want to stop at about 2:50. Okay. There's a clock. You can look at the clock. So it gives you a guide when it starts. 8 is fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving straight on to the panel on a modern capital market for a modern economy. We've had some comments in previous panels particularly about regulation, so it's good to finish the day by hearing from regulators. We have George Theocharidis, the chairman of the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, followed by Vasiliki Lazarakou from the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, who will each speak for something like 6, 7, maybe even 8 minutes. And then we will hear the business perspective from Natalia Nikolaidis from Aegean Airlines. So I think we're beginning with George.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. I would like first to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very interesting panel discussion to discuss about the modern capital markets for a modern economy. Financial institutions across the world, they continue to monitor and deal with the effects of the COVID pandemic. And it's important that we share our insights and experience so that we can anticipate future challenges and work towards securing the swift economic recovery of Cyprus, but also of the European and the global economy. So in this short introduction to this panel discussion, what I will try to do is to attempt to explain how CSEC, the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, is ensuring that the market provides the level of protection which the retail and the professional investors seek, whilst embracing the challenges that we face in these changing times. And if I have to name what are the trends that we observe in the financial markets, not just in Cyprus, but globally, the last few years, I would start by first saying digitalization. So that's a major trend that we're observing. And I will explain what I mean by digitalization. Second trend, I would say the growth of alternative forms of financing and investing outside of traditional banking sector and the lending by the banks. We see that there is a market now that is growing and provides these alternative forms of financing and investing that the economy needs. And the third trend that I would mention is probably the one that we always talk about, ESG, environmental social governance. And you know, you see it in every industry, in every aspects of life, the importance now of ESG, and because of the climate crisis that we're experiencing, and obviously finance has an important role to play in this trend. Okay, so to start from the digitalization, what we have seen a surge in retail trading since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is driven by a number of factors, including innovation. So one trend is the shift to digital transformation using new technologies. And when we talk about new technologies these days, there's so many. It's blockchain technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithmic trading. There's so many new trends in technologies that are impacting the financial services markets. So we see new online and mobile trading platforms. We see new types of brokers, such as the neo-brokers, that offer convenient, easy-to-use investment services which the new generation desires and is more acquainted with. In addition, we see new types of instruments, such as fractional shares, for example, or obviously the digital assets, crypto/digital assets, and gamified features that have become more attractive to investors. While these are exciting developments, they come with risks. So the challenge and the role of every regulator across the globe is to stay proactive and to be ahead of the financial market developments and technological expansion, no matter how fast-paced it is. So we see adoption of fintech, regtech solutions, and shared industry utilities and scalable services from cloud providers are to be embraced as these innovations, they increase the operational and the technology resilience and agility. So what CySEG is doing in terms of this digitalization, as part of our mandate, CySEG strives to actively support new financial technology products, services, and infrastructure projects, particularly those that can help finance the real economy's growth and demonstrate their commitment to investor protection. So what we have done is, and since we do have a number of new technologies and mobile and online trading platforms that provide services to investors in Cyprus, what we have done a few years ago, we have established an innovation hub, and the role of this innovation hub is basically to guide whether fintech or regtech or solutions that involve some kind of technology in terms of how they fit within the regulatory framework. This innovation hub, we have received recently funding from the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, and the funding is to transform the innovation hub into a regulatory sandbox where basically the new technologies can not only be guided but can be tested in a controlled environment. So this is the goal of CySEG in terms of embracing and encouraging these new technologies. Also, a few weeks ago, we have issued, or a month ago, I would say, we have issued a policy statement on the registration and the operations of the crypto asset service providers to outline its finalized rules for CASPs under the AML CFT law. Just to give you a little bit of information about the digital assets and what we're doing, the digital assets, since the harmonization of the 5th AML directive, which happened last February, CySEG is the responsible organization to register crypto asset service providers and at the same time regulate and supervise them in terms of AML practices. So this is an obligation in terms of the Securities and Exchange Commission. That's why we have worked on this area. We have issued the policy statement. We have issued the directive. We have issued the application forms. And now we are ready to start accepting applications for new entities, the crypto asset service providers. In Europe, obviously, there is an effort to create an EU directive for the digital assets, the MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Assets, or regulation, I would say. But it will take some time. And the idea of MiCA is to be would be a regulation that would regulate and will allow the Securities and Exchange Commissions, the NCAs, to supervise these markets on all aspects of their services. At the moment, we are not there yet. At the moment, we will be registering the service providers on digital assets, but we will be supervising them in terms of the AML practices. Okay, so the second trend that I mentioned that I see is the growth of alternative forms of financing and investing. We have seen that a lot in Cyprus. We are a jurisdiction that has seen a considerable, substantial increase in growth of the assets under management for the funds industry. We have more than 10 billion of assets under management. We are an industry that it's predominantly has alternative investment funds as opposed to UCITS, which are more the traditional type of funds. So we have 95% of the assets under management, or the 10 billion, are in alternative investment funds. 500 million are in UCITS funds. But there is a substantial growth in the market, and CISEC is working along the industry, along with SIFA, which is the Funds Association, to promote this market and grow this market, because I see this market as providing these alternative forms of financing that the economy needs, because right now it's fully dependent on the banking sector. We have institutions and households that are over-borrowed from the banking sector, so providing them alternative forms of financing and investing, I think, would be good for the economy. Just to say a few things about the latest trends that we've seen in the funds industry. We introduced a new national regulatory category relating to the so-called mini managers, managers that basically manage alternative investment funds under the IFM thresholds. Also, something that I think is very interesting that we have seen recently, the application and the acceptance of an investment-based crowdfunding platform, which will provide the financing solely to the Cypriot economy for startups, SMEs, and real estate projects. And if this crowdfunding platform is successful, I think it can encourage more participants to enter this market, which again, it would be an important source of financing, especially for risky types of business, such as startups that cannot get the financing from any other means. In terms of upcoming legislation, we are reviewing strategies for fund managers, focusing on the area of loan origination and participation. We are also introducing a framework for the fund administrators. So we are regulating this type of service to the funds industry. So there is a law that we're working on it to go through the parliament hopefully soon. To mention also something about organized markets, the organized market that we have here in Cyprus is a Cyprus Stock Exchange. Unfortunately, has not been able to play a significant role in terms of providing access to capital markets, and the reasons are many and complex. And obviously, I would say the legacy issues are important consideration. For the fact that the exchange has not been able to finance the economy as it should have. However, I should say that the recent decision by the government for the privatization of the exchange, which I understand that the process has already started, is certainly in the right direction, with new perspectives ahead for the exchange. Now, in terms of what happens within the EU framework, I would say that especially during the pandemic, we have seen an unprecedented level of coordination between the European Union, the national regulators, to promote the financial stability and support those who need it most. As it relates to us, we are working towards a capital markets union, which we expect to bring a truly single European market. And obviously, one area that that the EU is placing a lot of emphasis, and obviously we are also placing a lot of emphasis, is on ESG, the third pillar that I mentioned, or the third trend of what I'm seeing. ESG is very important these days in order to provide for a sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and safe recovery. But creating these sustainable investments and sustainable financing, I think it will take time and a lot of effort. We have regulations that have already passed, such as the SFDR, taxonomy regulation, benchmark regulation, which aim to promote the sustainable investments. But my personal opinion is that it will require a lot of dedication, a lot of effort to accomplish what we want to accomplish. So just to conclude, I think we need to foster investor participation. We need to foster, to improve, to provide greater cross-border investments, thereby boosting the productive use of capital and diversifying the sources of funding that are needed for financing the recovery and the transformation into a greener and more sustainable economic model. So with these thoughts, I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now, Vasiliki Nazarakou, wherever you like. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by, first of all, thank you for the invitation and I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event because of the selection of the topics in all the whole 2 days, I would say. For our topic as well, for our panel, which is having a modern capital markets in order to have modern, to invest, let's say, in the modern economy, to help having a modern economy, I'm a great advocate, I'm a great supporter of this because I believe that one of the things that the capital market regulators should do is try to see how we can modernize our capital markets. So one of the issues we try to do in Greece, let's see how we have tried to develop our capital markets in order to make sure that we assist in being modernized. So if I may categorize our initiatives into 3 categories, I would say that we have thought of the priorities as such. The one is related to the internal market. The second one is related to the role of the Capital Market Commission and in our, let's say, at the European level and at the global level. And the third one is related to all the priorities that we as regulators with George Theocharidis and other delegations of ESMA have. So having said that, I want to say that although we don't have an integrated capital market union, as Mr. Regling mentioned, the different thing about the capital market framework is that it's very uniform in comparison to other fields. So we have, after the crisis of 2008, and after all these profound changes, structural changes that took place, we have a rather uniform framework in respect of very basic issues, such as how the trading takes place, such as how very important issues relating to the structures of the market. So there is a trend to have regulations. There is a trend to have, let's say, most of the laws and regulations coming at an EU level, which is very helpful because there is not a lot of room that stays for the national, let's say, legislation. However, we still have issues that need to be governed at the national level, which are there, for example. In Greece, the last couple of years, we tried to modernize the corporate governance laws because the corporate governance is essential for the operation of the listed companies. So what we did is that we tried to make amendments in order to make sure that we adapt the best practices, and those amendments would help so that we have a framework that would assist the Greek listed companies being more, let's say, competitive in the international arena. And what we did is that we brought, let's say, we put forward proposals and recommendations after a very profound study that we made in order to see which were the problems existing until then. So in 2020, we had a new corporate governance law, which was actually became into force in 2021, giving a one-year transitional period for all the listed companies in order to adapt in all these changes. And at the same time, the regulator, the Greek regulator, tried to assist the market with Q&As, with regulatory decisions regarding specific issues in order to make sure that all the listed companies would be ready for this new corporate governance law. And I have to tell you that since it is from July that has been implemented, we have seen that they are at a very good degree of adaptation in these rules. Another thing that we saw that there is not so much, let's say, there is not at an EU level, it's as we heard earlier, is regarding the market, the fund industry. So we see that each country, each jurisdiction has its own rules regarding the fund industry. And each country tries to see how they can further support such industry. So in Greece, we have a rather good usage industry. So we saw actually the last couple of years that there was a shift between the funds invested in the foreign usage as compared to the ones invested in the Greek usage. And right now in the Greek usage, we have more funds invested than in the foreign usage that used to exist before because of a lot of measures that we took the last couple of years. We don't yet have a lot of funds invested in NAIFs, in comparison to our Cypriot friends that have a lot of funds there invested. However, we had last couple of years, we adapted in the law a new type of AIF, and we hope that this will be increased. Now, this is about the internal, let's say, the changes in the internal market. Plus, we try to change a lot the prospectus framework so that we help the companies, let's say, take money through the stock exchange. And I have to tell you that within the first 10 months of 2021, there was an amount around 5 billion of euros that was taken from the stock exchange, invested in listed companies. So these are the changes in the first category. The second category has to do about the, let's say, the strengthening of the role of the Capital Market Commission, which was one of the goals, and we succeeded in this goal because we have a lot of people in our commission working in committees in the ESMA, like 32 committees, plus I'm also elected in the management board of ESMA. So we try to be a lot inside and try to see how we can strengthen further the role of the Greek capital markets in Europe and in the globe. And this is very important because one of the goals that we have, which is connected with all the EU regulators' goals, is regarding the supervisory convergence. We want to make sure that we work on supervisory convergence and that all EU regulators are working in this direction, because it is very important that there is no surprise from an investor going from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. We want to make sure that all regulators are working together, coordinated, in order to provide a more resilient market. And we have done a lot of things regarding during the pandemic period. I have to tell you, because we all work together, coordinated, in order to ensure that we provide the correct guidelines to the investors. Now, going back to the goals that all regulators have in Europe, and Greece has done a lot of things, is, as George said, digital transformation is very important for all EU regulators, ESG, and supervisory convergence. I mentioned supervisory convergence. I want to say two things about digital transformation. For the Greek Capital Market Commission, digital transformation is a top priority. And what we did is that we applied in order to get funds from the RRF, and we succeeded because we have been accepted. So we are working on having a new model in the Commission in order to make sure that we have a more efficient as well supervision. Because as you can imagine, when you leverage new technologies in your supervision model, then it is much easier to have a supervision that can be more efficient. And the third one, and I want to close with this, is the ESG. ESG is a very important thing that we all need to focus on, all regulators and the whole ecosystem, because ESG is not only about trying to put forward disclosures and how we can disclose, because ESG is about having socially and environmentally responsible companies that will embody, that will try to incorporate all the ESG criteria, the environmental, social, and governance criteria, and will try to have a positive impact in the economy and in the society. So in Greece, we have done a lot of steps for corporate governance, which helps for the G factor. Social factor is a very large factor where all Europeans and all in the globe, we all work about the social dimension, which for the moment we don't have something uniform. And environmental is the criterion that we all need to work more and see how we can combat as well at the same time greenwashing, because we need to make sure that anything that comes out, like disclosures, are not misleading, are correct, are at the same direction. So we all have taken at this time steps, all regulators have taken steps in order to make sure that we support ESG and we try to raise awareness. We raise awareness to the investors. It is a new thing, and we have to make sure that we all work towards a sustainable economy, because this is the future. There is one-way road ahead, and this road ahead goes to the sustainability for the investments. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for those two presentations. And now a business perspective from Natalia Nikolaidis, a non-executive board member at Aegean Airlines.
Thank you very much.
And Mytilineos.
Thank you. Thank you. I was about to add that. So I offer you today my perspective as a board member of two listed Greek companies, and as someone that has done a lot of work in international markets and consults on risk and governance to cater to the best market solutions. I also wanted to applaud the regulatory steps that have been taken by my two panelists today, which go a long, long way in promoting trust that drives efficient markets. To pick up on the environmental, social, and governance tsunami that we've just addressed here today, I think it's really important to recognize the fact that the corporate governance element of it is a really good proxy for oversight of both the E, the environmental, and the S, the social aspect of these post-pandemic trends that we're all experiencing with. The corporate governance focus is today allowing investors to articulate their concerns on long-term resilience. The focus can be fickle, though. There are times that investors are concerned about overinvestment in legacy carbon industries, and there are other times that they're looking into whether or not CEOs and other executives are losing focus on market dynamics at the expense of ESG. So I guess my one perspective here is to say that it's really important that there be engagement by the corporates and by board members on these issues. It used to be that investor stewardship and these stewardship teams would initiate engagement with investors. Today, what we're seeing is that the entirety of the IR teams are proactively initiating engagement with investors on overall governance concerns, and I applaud that development. The rating industry is also stepping in to facilitate the efficient operation of the markets, adding corporate governance ratings in addition to credit ratings that assist investors in making more informed assessments with various tools of various calibers, which are developing as we speak. Comparability and better quality of governance information is key. And this is something that not only listed companies are striving for, but also private companies that are raising financing or also trying to operate more efficiently are aspiring to. Various corporate governance regimes exist today, but they're all converging, as Vasiliki was saying. To a great extent, we're seeing the promulgation of EU legislation that has been transposed on local, regional law. And so in Greece, the recent adoption of this law, 4706, which came in effect in July of 21, has increased gender and skills diversity on corporate boards, which investors are really appreciating and I believe are is giving them the opportunity to judge corporates with greater accuracy than before. In the US, just in August, we saw the SEC approve 2 board diversity proposals from NASDAQ, promoting, again, diversity of boards, which increases transparency. And then in the UK, the proposed amendments on the UK listing rules under the annual comply or explain regime are allowing targets, not quotas, on board diversity, facilitate, again, the information that the market gets, whether these participants are on the premium or standard listing segments of the FCA's official list. We are seeing that ESG is also subject to criticism or constructive approaches by activist investors, perhaps in the US more so than in Europe, but depending on the number of targets and the existence of anchor investments, what we see is that there is proactive engagement by companies to stakeholders, and in particular activist investors, who are not only looking to promulgate takeovers, but sometimes are engaging in strategy. So this is becoming less of a tick-the-box exercise in Europe, but rather, again, another tool to deliver shareholder value and identify vulnerabilities in the corporate world. In the markets, what we've seen in Q4 has been ESG-driven market activity that has been impacted by the green agenda that we've been discussing. The level of activity has increased in all of the EU. In the Western Europe, we've seen IPO activity is being robust despite volatility. Concerns regarding the pandemic and inflation have had an impact at various junctures. In London, the LSE has been dominant in IPO activity, but capital markets exercises have been transformative as the ESG agenda has been widely promulgated. In Greece recently, we saw a 1.3 billion share capital increase by the National Greek Public Power Corporation. Significant uses of the proceeds would be renewable capacity and hydroelectric power. This has been a primary capital increase for over 20 years to that level by this corporate. The debt market has been staggering in terms of its activity in this last quarter in particular. Ever since the EU promulgated the green bond standard in July of 2021, we've seen that green bonds have been promulgated and have been issued with great activity. Greek corporates have here one must just note that the use of proceeds needs to be exclusively to finance projects that have positive environmental impact. Example can be green construction projects, renewable energy developments, and sustainable transportation. To frame the importance of these bonds, the EU issued the next generation EU green bond just in October, a few weeks ago, and raised 12 billion euros. The book was 11 times oversubscribed, which is a massive message to the markets. This issuance was done under the ICMA principles of the green bond principles, and many corporates will be issuing nationally as a result of this new environment that has been put together following the next generation EU bond. In addition to the green bonds, what we are seeing is sustainability-linked bonds, and they're different to the others. They're not earmarked for specific ESG purposes, but they're for general corporate purposes, and that allows more industry participants, as they're transitioning from the brown to the green industry, to take advantage of this regime. And just by using key performance indicators and sustainable performance targets, they're able to use this flexibility that this regime allows them to use. And so the PPC, again, in Greece, just by way of example, in July of 2021, issued a 500 million euro sustainability-linked bond, which was listed in Dublin. Just looking ahead, and as I'm running out of time, greenwashing, Vasiliki mentioned that will be a key focus, both by the regulators but also by investors, to the extent misleading claims can be challenged and should be challenged, and as well as environmental practices that may not be aligned with some of the rhetoric or the communications that go out. ESG-related litigation so far has not been prevailing, but we expect both climate diversity as well as human capital to create the types of causes of action that the future ESG litigation will bear to the market. However, we do expect green issuance to continue, especially as severe energy shortages are plaguing the EU this winter. Fossil fuels, have they been available enough, affordable enough, reliable enough is a question mark, and therefore green issuances should expand in volume. And among them, storage solutions should be the subject of capital raisings as the energy crunch takes more hold of Europe and highlights this urgent need to back up the rising and intermittent renewable energy capacity that the EU needs and expects, both for the markets but also for the real economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got a few minutes before lunch, so probably people are anxious to have lunch, but we could take one or two questions if anybody has any. Yes, there, in the middle. A microphone will, I hope, come your way.
Hi, my name is Evita Barperi from EFG. I have a question in terms of green bonds and greenwashing. We haven't seen, as you say, the litigation has not prevailed, and we haven't seen any examples where companies and corporates have been penalized for greenwashing. But we have seen very small examples. I think it was EDP who issued a bond that was would have penalized, so increasing the coupon in case they would not meet the green requirements. But we haven't seen any further increase of this penalization of the company, so making themselves accountable for not reaching their targets. Do you expect that this could be something that the markets will require from the green issuance to continue to increase? Thank you.
Do you want to take that, Yvette?
Yeah, I'll take a first crack at it. I fully expect that the markets will catch up and litigation will take hold, as it has on not just on the environmental aspect, which I completely agree with you is not yet prevalent, but on the S and the G, there has been litigation on various other levels. So it's not just breaching thresholds, but it's also being insensitive in the S area, as was done by Rio Tinto, for example, where a whole slew of management changes are taking effect. And so we're seeing that the trends are there in the market. An area that perhaps has not developed as much as of yet has been the disclosure and the precision of the disclosure, as you'd expect. So it's been difficult to have litigation because the disclosure is just still developing, and that they're reluctant issuers to put forward specific targets in order for them not to get them wrong in actual fact. But as these are going to be insisted upon both by the regulators and by the markets, I think we will have to start seeing that if they fall short, there will be repercussions.
I think one of the hottest discussions right now, both from a regulatory point of view, both at all levels, regulatory and supervisory, is how do we combat the greenwashing? And as far as the regulator is concerned, you saw that we have taxonomy regulation, we have the SFDR, and everything, all the focus is in order to make sure that all the right disclosures are being given in order to show what exactly is green and what is not green. So it's going to be there is a lot of efforts right now in order to make sure that the green is, let's say, disclosed in the proper way, and the characterization of what is green and what is not green is given correctly. Now, apart from that, the regulators have also sent a letter to the Commission regarding the verifiers, because another discussion is who certifies what is green and what is not. First, we have the company that tells us, okay, this is green and this is not green, this is my activity which is green, and then we need to make sure that who is the one that, let's say, certifies regarding this specific, let's say, disclosure. So again, there is another discussion among all of us, who is going to be the verifier? Is this going to be authorized or not? So we still have all these discussions that are going on, and I think that in the very near future, we're going to see a lot of developments in this respect.
If I may say something about this, I think in order to get to the level of acceptable supervision in this area and avoid greenwashing, there needs to be also a lot of investor education. Because certainly the requirements are new. It involves a number of aspects, because when you bundle E, S, and G together, it's a big area that you're trying to regulate and supervise. So I think to get to the levels of lower levels of greenwashing and better levels of ESG investing, apart from what the regulators are doing, providing the regulation, the directives, and so on, there needs to be at the same time a lot of investor education, which it educational from the Glasgow process. I mean, we have, I think, now run out of time, so if I don't see any more questions, I think I will say thank you very much to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we break for a networking lunch, which is outside, yeah. And then we come back tomorrow.
We're scientists, engineers. We're pragmatists and producers. It's who we are. So we have a plan to help address climate change. We're decreasing our methane emissions and developing low-carbon technologies. With that and more, we expect to reduce our absolute upstream greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 30% by 2025. It's a plan we're committed to. In fact, we've already begun.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Αν το κάνεις για να αλλάξεις το story της, για το reaction στο πρόσωπό του, τότε κάνε το πάθος σου καριέρα. Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Δημοσιογράφοι, 138 βραβεία Pulitzer δημοσιογραφίας. The New York Times, η εφημερίδα με την μεγαλύτερη επιρροή στον κόσμο. Τώρα στην Κύπρο κάθε Κυριακή η κυριακάτικη έκδοση 28 σελίδων της New York Times που καθορίζει την παγκόσμια ατζέντα. Μαζί με την καθημερινή της Κυριακής χωρίς ανατίμηση 2,90 €. The New York Times και καθημερινή κάθε Κυριακή. Η καθημερινή, η αλήθεια είναι στη γνώση.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.